Chapter 92. Liu Guang's expression was cold as he flew to face him. He clenched his fist, and a faint fluorescent light flickered. Disdain and coldness revolved around his eyes. You can die in peace if you die in my hands. Liu Guang's murderous intent was revealed. Whoosh! Liu Guang flew over and attacked. His 5 fingers flickered with fluorescent light, scattering dangerous arcs of light. Chirp! However, at that moment, the power of 2 Saint Kings shot out from the palace and landed on the 2 of them. The attack that they had been waiting to unleash had been suppressed out of nowhere. Since you can't wait to fight, let the battle of the century begin now. Xu Rong sighed indifferently. Li Guang nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with hope. After waiting for 100 years, the battle of the century has finally begun. The 2 holy kings walked out of the palace together. Under their lead, the group arrived at the forbidden area behind Fenghuang Valley. Even the people of Fenghuang Valley were unfamiliar with this place. Inside the forbidden area, immortal mist swirled around, making it difficult to distinguish what was real and what was fake. Li Guang and Xu Rong stood in front of the celestial mist and sighed. The 2 of them looked at each other and unleashed their holy power at the same time. Open! The suffocating holy power turned into a huge sword and slashed down from the sky, cutting open a path that could fit 3 people. He could vaguely see the ancient ruins in the depths of the tunnel. All of you, enter quickly, Li Guang shouted. The 5 holy disciples of the sanctuary and the 10 disciples of the Phoenix sect filed in. Combine. Both of them released their holy power, their faces pale. It looked like a simple attack, but it had used up all of their saint energy. The difficulty of opening the immortal mist was beyond common sense. According to the agreement, you and I are not allowed to enter. Let's wait for the result. Li Guang said calmly. A holy king's every word, action, and glance could affect a contestant's performance. For the sake of fairness, neither of them could spectate the match. Xu Rong leaped onto the boulder and sat down cross-legged. She said calmly, the first 5 places belong to the Phoenix Pavilion. It's too early to say anything before we reach the final step. Li Guang shook his head, his eyes filled with confidence. In his heart, Li Guang sighed, Zhao Guang, don't let me down, inside the forbidden area. Everyone was dumbfounded. What he saw was not a ring, but a pile of ruins. The ancient palace collapsed and turned into dust. The rubble and bricks were left with the marks of time. Broken walls and eternal walls, broken dreams at dusk. Billowing space-time aura surged over. The area within a radius of 10 li was a scene of desolation. It was as if countless years ago, the ruins were extremely prosperous, but it collapsed in a single night. This place was their battlefield. On the ruins of 1,000 years of history, the war of the century would begin, and the continent would be contended for supremacy. Whether it was an ant or a dragon of the 9 heavens, it was all in this battle. In the center of the ruins stood a black puppet. Creak! The sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard as the black puppet swayed. I am the referee of the battle of the century. All of you, listen to my orders. The black puppet spoke in a mechanical voice. A powerful aura that did not lose out to that of a holy king came surging over. Everyone was shocked. They immediately followed the instructions and headed to the center of the ruins. The competition is a taboo. You cannot kill anyone. Otherwise, you will die. The puppet was indifferent. The rules of the competition are a duel in the arena. The loser will be eliminated and sent out of the forbidden area. Everyone had experienced countless battles and the rules were more or less the same, so they weren't unfamiliar with it. The black puppet's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the 5th strongest fighter in Fenghuang Valley, a cold-looking lady. Level 9 upper-tier disciples were stronger than the other 5 level 9 upper-tier disciples of Fenghuang Valley. Step forward. The first stage will be the competition for the top 5. You will challenge the rest of the contestants. The loser will be eliminated, leaving only 5 contestants. The cold-looking lady nodded, her gaze sweeping across the 5 people from the sanctuary. Her thin lips formed a cruel smile. With such abilities, you dare participate in the battle of the century? I alone can destroy all of you. Liu Guang stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping across Su Yu. Su Yu, last, he said. Yes, Senior Liu Guang, the cold-looking lady said respectfully. She looked back at Su Yu, her eyes filled with pity. On account of Senior Liu Guang, you can stay until last. You have to thank Senior Liu Guang. Whoosh, the cold-looking lady flew to the center of the ruins, her expression mocking. Remember my name, Chen Ling. I will destroy all the disciples of Fenghuang Valley in the sanctuary. Arrogant. Chen Liang sneered. Chen Ling's cold gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the fourth-ranked holy disciple, Wang An. In terms of ranking, he was above Liu Kuan. His body was strong, like a wild beast. Thump, Wang An took a step forward, his strong physique shaking the ground. Let the duel begin, the black puppet said expressionlessly. Wang An's expression was resolute as he attacked. Tiger steps, dragon steps. Wang An's bones crackled as if he was frying beans. His powerful blood energy formed a thin layer of blood on the surface of his body. From afar, Wang An looked like a man made of blood. His feet stepped forward like a tiger, yet also like a dragon. Every step he took was like a person's heart, suffocating and uncomfortable. Whoosh, Chen Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, two of her fingers forming a sword. Cloud-piercing sword. Creak, it was clearly a sword finger, but it was like a divine weapon. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and shake the world. This sword was swift, fierce, and overbearing, stunning and unparalleled. Rumble, Wang An's strong body was instantly pierced through his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. He screamed in pain as he flew backward, heavily injured. Slap, as he flew backward, his figure was surrounded by fog as he teleported out of the forbidden grounds. Outside the forbidden grounds, the Holy King opened his eyes, his expression bewildered. A holy disciple was eliminated from the beginning? Zhao Guang, my life's wish is all on you. The Holy King was nervous. In the forbidden grounds. The challenge continued. Chen Ling sneered and pointed. You, who is ranked third, step forward. Wang Jing's petite figure flew forward and approached him. Compared to Wang An, Wang Jing was naturally better. However, Zhao Guang and Chen Liang were both serious. Chen Ling defeated her opponent in one move. Could Wang Jing take it? With a calm expression, Wang Jing formed a claw with her fingers. Heavenly silkworm eagle claw. Chirp, 5 piercing sounds overlapped, sharp and ear-piercing. Like an eagle fighting against the heavens, it swooped down, tearing the earth apart. Speed and power combined, the holy level cultivation technique had reached the peak. Good move. Chen Ling sneered. Cloud-piercing sword. Clang, the sword finger and the claw collided, creating a deafening sound. Puff, Wang Jing retreated dozens of steps, a mouthful of blood in her mouth. She was shocked. Only in direct combat did Wang Jing realize how terrifying the technique was. Lower-tier deity-level cultivation technique. Within the sanctuary, only Zhao Guang could comprehend a deity-level cultivation technique. But the 5th-ranked disciple of Fenghuang Valley could. Fenghuang Valley was too powerful. I've said it before, I alone can destroy all of you. Chen Ling said coldly. Rumble, after 20 moves, Wang Jing was unwilling to admit defeat. She turned into a mist of light and teleported away. Sweeping her gaze across the two, Chen Ling coldly said, You, who is ranked second, step forward. Zhao Guang and Chen Liang felt deeply humiliated. A 5th-ranked disciple had the power to destroy all the holy disciples in the sanctuary. This was too much. Su Yu stood quietly, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. Why don't you challenge me first? Swoosh, Chen Liang glared at Su Yu, stepping forward. With me here, do you think you have a chance? Enjoy the pity of your enemy and live on. Chen Liang glared at Chen Ling. Enough of your arrogance, it's my turn to destroy your Fenghuang Valley. Mountain and river whip. Chen Liang suddenly pulled out a black leather whip. It was the whip technique he specialized in. Rumble, as the whip lashed out, the air crackled. The ear-piercing sound of the whip exceeded the speed of sound. The whip arrived first, followed by the sound of the whip. Cloud-piercing sword. Chen Ling's expression turned serious. Rumble, Chen Ling cried out in pain, retreating a few steps. Her fingers were dripping with blood. That whip had shattered her vital energy defense, almost breaking her fingers. Chen Liang laughed in disdain. You can't even withstand a single blow, a frog in a well, how dare you be so arrogant? Chen Ling was furious. She was indeed too arrogant and had underestimated the sanctuary. But Chen Ling's trump card did not stop there. Broken sword in the sky. Chen Ling pulled out a soft sword from her waist. Creak, the sword glowed, radiating a cold light. The silver-white soft sword was like a long snake, swaying back and forth. You overestimate yourself. Chen Liang laughed coldly, lashing out with his whip. But this time, the silver-white soft sword was like a soft snake, coiling around the long whip. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following the long whip, the soft sword shot up. Chen Liang's wrist felt like it had been bitten by a venomous snake, cold and stinging. He subconsciously let go of the whip, and the sword pierced his shoulder. Puff, Chen Liang's shoulder was sliced open, fresh blood spurting out. He was sent flying, defeated on the spot. Outside, Li Guang suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. 3 consecutive defeats. 4th to 2nd place had all been defeated by the same person. Within the forbidden grounds, Chen Ling was panting, her energy depleted. Chen Liang was harder to deal with than she had imagined. She had long since retracted her arrogance. Chen Liang was already difficult to deal with, what more the unfathomable Zhao Guang? Just as Chen Ling was about to challenge Zhao Guang, Liu Guang calmly said, "You are no match for him. Challenge Su Yu. Remember, teach him a lesson." Chen Ling laughed coldly, "Yes, senior." Looking at Su Yu with a mocking gaze, Chen Ling said sarcastically, "A toad lusting for swan meat. Xiana is senior Liu Guang's woman, you don't have to join in the fun. I'll give you a chance to understand the cruelty of this world. Su Yu, step forward." Su Yu's expression was calmly taking a few steps to the center of the ruins. "Open your eyes," Chen Ling growled. Su Yu shook his head, calmly replying, "You are not worthy of me opening my eyes." Trying to be mysterious. "Then I shall use my sword to slice open your eyes and show you the cruelty of this world." Chen Ling's eyes glowed, her attack merciless. Cloud-piercing sword. The soft sword in her hand glowed brightly. Chen Liang had been defeated by this sword. But Su Yu stood at his original position, his hands behind his back, not making a move. Until the soft sword was about to pierce his face. Crack, a crisp sound could be heard, a translucent wall appearing out of thin air. The soft silver sword could not penetrate even an inch. Chen Ling's expression froze. What is this? Where the heart is, everything will turn to ice. Su Yu closed his eyes, calmly saying. His silver hair fluttered in the wind. Creak, suddenly, his silver hair danced wildly, transforming into countless ice needles, abruptly flying out. Pooh, the silver hair that had turned into ice, tough and cold, whipping Chen Ling's body. The silver hair pierced through her clothes, leaving behind countless bloody wounds. The powerful force sent her body flying. In an instant, she was sent flying with heavy injuries, vomiting blood, defeated. With a flash of light, Chen Ling was transported outside. The master of Fenghuang Valley slowly opened her eyes, calm. Chen Liang saw that it was Chen Ling, retreating with heavy injuries, and laughed coldly. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you know how powerful Senior Zhao is? Thinking back to Su Yu, Chen Liang felt indignant and envious, grunting, Su Yu was lucky, the man who stole his woman gave him a helping hand, allowing him to survive. What the hell? Bah! Chen Ling had a bitter expression, walking to the master of Fenghuang Valley, reporting the situation. Master, I am useless and lost to Su Yu. Him? How many moves did he lose? The master of Fenghuang Valley was a little surprised, calmly asking. 1 move. Chen Ling's face turned red. To be more accurate, Su Yu had not even moved. She had been defeated with just his silver hair fluttering. The master of Fenghuang Valley was shocked, defeating Chen Ling in 1 move? Chen Liang was in disbelief. How could it be him? And defeated in 1 move? Chen Liang's face turned green, then red. Under the mocking gazes of Wang Jing and Wang En, he covered his face and lowered his head. The forbidden grounds were dead silent. He defeated Chen Ling without moving at all? The Fenghuang Valley disciples were shocked. The Suyu that no one thought highly of was actually this powerful. Suyu wins. Next, it's your turn to challenge. The black puppet announced. Suyu stood at his original position, his silver hair fluttering, his purple robe like a fairy. He closed his eyes, calmly surveying the scene. Only he and Zhao Guang were left in the sanctuary. Fenghuang Valley, excluding Chen Ling, had 9 people. Fenghuang Valley, there are too many people. Suyu lightly sighed. Xiana is waiting for me, so I'm sorry, I have to finish you all as soon as possible. The Fenghuang Valley disciples were furious, arrogant. Unless you want to challenge both of us at the same time? Both of us? No. Suyu shook his head. Then don't boast so much. We do not even dare to challenge both of us at the same time. Who do you think you are? The Fenghuang Valley disciples were filled with disdain. But Suyu's next words caused the entire place to sink into silence. You are all wrong. I am indeed not challenging both of you, but all 6 of you at the same time. This way, the top 5 competition will end in one go. Suyu's calm words shocked the entire place. Out of the 11 people present, 6 had been defeated, leaving only 5. The first stage of the competition was thus completed. Other than the top 3, all disciples of Fenghuang Valley, step forward. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, his silver hair and purple robes like an ancient king. Chapter 93. Suyu. Don't you dare humiliate us. The Fenghuang Valley disciples were furious. 1 against 6. This was intolerable. Each of them was a dragon among men. In the future, they would at least be at level 9 peak, standing at the peak of the martial path. But now, a single person was challenging all 6 of them at the same time. The humiliation was infuriating. Referee. We refuse to accept the challenge. They were proud and would not allow themselves to be humiliated like this. The puppet referee replied, You do not have the right to refuse. Either fight or leave the forbidden grounds. The 6 of them were furious. They clenched their teeth, glaring at Suyu as they stepped into the center of the ruins. Ignorant child, if you wish to provoke us, I have to tell you that you have succeeded. I will use your blood and tears to avenge your humiliation. With 6 people working together, who would dare to oppose them? Suyu would definitely lose. Feeling the gazes of the 6, Suyu creased his brows. Humiliation? Don't tell me that you've never thought that I'm just talking about an ordinary matter. I alone am enough to fight the 6 of you. The 6 were furious. You are going too far. Don't blame us for being merciless if you want to die. Attack together. Grant him his wish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 person appeared in each of the 6 directions. Weapons, holy decrees, top saint level techniques, and even the 4th-ranked disciple used deity level techniques. Their powerful attacks shook the ruins. The celestial fog trembled and the ruins rumbled. The 6 ultimate attacks of the martial path struck the purple-robed divine king who stood silently in the ancient ruins. Whoosh! At this moment, the air suddenly turned cold. The cold wind howled, the clouds icy cold. It was as if spring had suddenly turned into winter. Rustle, heavy snowflakes fell from the sky, hidden in the vast celestial fog, dreamy and blurry. The Fenghuang Pavilion disciples were shocked. Snow? Snow was pure and crystal clear, reflecting the world's purest, yet coldest side. Crack! The snowflakes in the sky shattered, turning into a bone-chilling liquid that poured down. Cold rain drifted down, splashing in all directions, landing on everyone's clothes. Buzz, the cold rain of the Golden Age, a feast of ice and snow, bloomed. Outside the forbidden area, Chen Ling raised her head to look at the sky, stunned. Snow? Fenghuang Valley is located at the southern tip of the continent. It is currently summer. Even though the forbidden area is cool, it should not be snowing. The master of Fenghuang Valley was shocked. She looked at Li Guang and said faintly, If I remember correctly, you have a deity-level technique called Icy Heart Core. Once you have mastered it, you will be able to condense your ice blood and transform your heart into an icy heart core. Where the heart is, all things will turn into ice. Is this the ultimate meaning of this deity tier cultivation method? Li Guang looked up at the sky full of snowflakes, a hint of relief on his face. So that's how it is. As expected, Su Yu's heart had already condensed into the icy heart core. Chen Liang, Wang Jing, and Wang An's expressions changed drastically. Wang Jing recalled, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, if I remember correctly, this is the first time it snowed in our sanctuary." The eyes of the three flickered with bewilderment as they thought of one person at the same time, Su Yu. Could it be that the snow of heaven and earth fell because of him? At this moment, catcher, the misty light flickered. 6 crystalline figures suddenly fell out of the misty light. There were so many of them that they formed a black mass. Xu Rong, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up. Upon closer inspection, her pupils dilated. Li Guang looked over and was also shocked. 6 people teleported away at the same time. What happened inside? Did you break the rules and get kicked out of the forbidden area? Xu Rong was furious. Of the 10 disciples of Fenghuang Valley, excluding Chen Ling, who had been defeated by Su Yu, 6 of them had been teleported away at once. 7 out of the 10 disciples were gone in an instant. Could it be that something had happened in the forbidden area? The ice in the 6 of them melted, their bodies cold and trembling. What was even colder was the fear in their hearts. For a moment, they thought they were already dead. If this was a life and death battle, the moment they condensed their ice would have been enough for Su Yu to kill them 10 times over. At this moment, they finally remembered what Su Yu had said. It was not that Su Yu was insulting them, but the 6 of them were no match for Su Yu. Just how strong was that silver-haired, purple-robed youth? Hearing Xu Rong's furious rebuke, the 4th-ranked disciple bitterly said, "We were all defeated. Su Yu fought all 6 of us alone, and we were defeated at the same time." What? Xu Rong's body trembled as she took a step back. Her eyes were shaking. 1 against 6 from Fenghuang Valley, killed at the same time. Chen Liang, Wang Jing, and Wang An gasped. Su Yu was actually this powerful? Was he human, or was he a ghost? What kind of shocking change had happened to his body after experiencing a life and death crisis? 1 person defeating 6 at the same time, how domineering was that? To think that such a talent had appeared in the sanctuary. Thinking back to that day, Su Yu had risked his life to fight for an opportunity for himself. Li Guang was glad that he did not kill all of them that day. Otherwise, such a talent would have been buried in dust. The forbidden area was deathly silent. Snowflakes fell on the shoulders of the crowd. Everything was quiet, as if the previous scene had never happened. Su Yu had defeated 6 people alone, until the black puppet announced, "Su Yu wins. The competition of the top 5 is over. The final stage, the competition of the top 5. The black puppet calmly announced. The rules of the competition state that each person has 2 chances to be defeated. Hence, the first defeat will not send you out. The rules of the competition forbid killing. The final stage had come faster than expected. It was all thanks to Su Yu." The black puppet casually pointed at Zhao Guang. "You, step forward. Challenge the remaining 4. Zhao Guang's expression changed, his eyes burning with battle intent as he shot towards Su Yu. 1 against 6. How arrogant and heroic was this battle? But this battle was not won by the number 1 disciple of the sanctuary, Zhao Guang. It was won by the rising star of the generation, Su Yu. The undefeated figure of the purple-robed divine king shocked Zhao Guang for the first time. He could not deny that he had underestimated Su Yu. "You are a formidable opponent in my heart. You have the right to fight me for the top spot in the world. I look forward to fighting you." Zhao Guang stared at Su Yu, smiling. Su Yu calmly smiled, preparing to take a step forward. "But now, the person I want to challenge is not you. It's him." Zhao Guang's gaze shifted, his finger pointing at Liu Guang. The person he wanted to challenge was Yarrow Guang. Yarrow Guang lightly creased his brows. "You are not worthy to be my enemy." Zhao Guang coldly said, "Whether I am worthy or not, we will only know after we fight. But before I challenge you, I need to get rid of the trash. You, step forward." Zhao Guang pointed at the 3rd-ranked disciple of Fenghuang Valley, a level 9 peak fighter. Liu Guang coldly grunted, "Jiang Xin, do not hold back. Do not let those who are not worthy to fight me come." Jiang Xin was beautiful and adorable, sticking out her tongue and blinking her large eyes. I know, Senior Liu Guang. Whoosh, Jiang Xin stepped forward, her sweet and adorable smile revealing her charming dimples. Hihi, big brother, I am afraid of pain. You have to take pity on me. You have 3 breaths time to be long-winded. Zhao Guang did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Jiang Xin wrinkled her nose. What a killjoy. I hate you. Chirp, just as Jiang Xin spat out the last syllable, a ray of black light suddenly shot out from her red lip. The swiftness of his movements and the abruptness of his attack caught everyone off guard. Insignificant skill. Zhao Guang's expression was calm, as if he would not be affected even if Mount Tai collapsed. He tilted his head slightly, and the black light brushed past his shoulder. The third-ranked girl was a rare martial artist who was proficient in hidden weapons. I am so angry, Jiang Xin exclaimed, stomping her foot. But with a simple stomp, a transparent light shot out from the sole of her shoe. Whoosh, it stuck close to the ground, transparent and formless, hard to catch. Zhao Guang's expression was calm as he looked at Jiang Xin. He lifted the tip of his foot, and at a certain moment, he suddenly stomped down. Under Zhao Guang's foot, a small transparent glass sword was crushed. Stupid brother, I am so angry. Jiang Xin flew forward. A glance, a finger, a strand of hair were all hidden weapons that could not be defended against. However, Zhao Guang's face was cold, and he was at ease. He did not even reveal half of his abilities. Rumble, half a cup of tea's time. Zhao Guang took advantage of Jiang Xin's weakness and hit her shoulder. Stupid brother, I hate you. Jiang Xin was furious. This was the first time she had been defeated. With a smile, Zhao Guang sighed. I grew up in the forest, and learned survival skills from wild beasts. Mere hidden weapons cannot harm me. Zhao Guang's life was strange. He had been abandoned in the forest when he was young, and was taken away by the beasts. He had learned survival skills from the beasts, and in the harsh environment, his reaction speed was extremely fast. Hidden weapons were not as effective against him as a direct attack. You, step forward. Zhao Guang's breath was long, and he pointed at the second-ranked Fenghuang Valley disciple. Yarrow Guang snorted. Meng Lang, Jiang Xin is not good enough. Don't disappoint me. Meng Lang was like his name. He was thin and weak, like a wolf. His eyes were sinister and deep, and his lips were cold. Senior Liu Guang, don't worry. Jiang Xin does not even have the courage to fight with me. It is not surprising that she lost. Jiang Xin stomped her foot angrily, but did not refute. In front of Meng Lang, she indeed did not have the courage to fight. He was too strong. Taking a step forward, Meng Lang looked at Zhao Guang, licked his lips, and said darkly, the #1 genius of the heavenly sanctuary, I think it is just an undeserved reputation. Your ability is only average. Zhao Guang's expression was indifferent. Try it, and you will know. Whoosh, Meng Lang's eyes turned cold, like a wild wolf. With a tap of his toes, he turned into a shadow, circling around Zhao Guang. In an instant, Zhao Guang was surrounded by blurry shadows. The real Meng Lang could no longer be distinguished. Kiss of the hungry wolf, Meng Lang shouted. Rumble, Meng Lang's fists were pressed against his lower jaw, shaped like a pair of fangs. In an instant, countless shadows followed the same action, flying towards Zhao Guang. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the hundreds of fists. Deity-level technique, great success. Zhao Guang spat out these 6 words. Meng Lang laughed coldly. You should be proud to lose to the kiss of the hungry wolf. This move was personally taught by the Holy King. Rumble, countless shadows suddenly shrunk, surrounding Zhao Guang in the center. Hundreds of fists attacked at the same time. Every punch contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers, instantly inflicting serious injuries. However, in an instant, Meng Lang screamed in pain, retreating a few steps, his face filled with shock. Zhao Guang slowly retracted his fists, his expression calm. Sorry, I have also cultivated a deity-level technique, and, great success. Meng Lang gasped. There was actually someone in the sanctuary who cultivated a deity-level technique. He had to admit that he had underestimated the sanctuary. Both deity-level techniques, Let's see who is more skilled. Meng Lang shouted. Rumble, the two figures battled, exchanging blows. Loud rumbles resounded throughout the universe. Debris flew everywhere, and immortal mist flowed. The battle between the two was evenly matched. Crackle, an hour passed. Meng Lang's expression was solemn. His qi and blood were pale, showing signs of weakness. On the other hand, Zhao Guang's breathing was steady. Even after such an intense battle, his stamina was still strong. It's over. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guang leisurely raised his finger. In an instant, it was as if he had become another person. Shifting shadows. Creak, Zhao Guang disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was behind Meng Lang. The time difference between before and after was negligible, as if he had teleported. Meng Lang did not even have time to react before he was struck in the back. Ah, pooh, Meng Lang had been defeated. With a shocked expression, Meng Lang exclaimed, another deity-level technique, a deity-level technique to comprehend speed. A person cultivating two deity-level techniques at the same time, how shocking was that? Su Yu was shocked. The two deity-level techniques that Zhao Guang had used were not from the 3 books in the Sanctuary Divine Pavilion. The Holy King must have given it to him privately. In terms of power, it might even be stronger than the 3 books. Yarrow Guang, you are the only one left. Zhao Guang stood with his hands behind his back, continuously defeating his opponents. His aura was imposing, his eyes burning with battle intent as he shot toward Yarrow Guang. Yarrow Guang took a step forward, his lips curving into a mocking smile. You have some ability. Zhao Guang was not moved by the mockery, his expression calm. You are strong, but the king of the century belongs to me, Zhao Guang. You overestimate yourself. Yarrow Guang shook his head. Strength and weakness are determined by strength, not arrogance. Zhao Guang said calmly. Liu Guang laughed arrogantly. That is the way you mortals test it. To me, anyone below the Holy King is an ant. No one is my match. Zhao Guang did not speak. He suddenly attacked, using his actions to prove the strength of the King of the Century. You are not worthy to fight me. Liu Guang shook his head. Zhao Guang laughed angrily. Liu Guang, are the people of Fenghuang Valley really so arrogant? I am not arrogant, it is just that you do not understand my level. Liu Guang's expression was cold. Then what do you think is worthy of fighting someone as arrogant as you? Zhao Guang laughed angrily. He had never been looked down upon like this. This was the first time in his life. Liu Guang scanned the 4 of them, calmly saying, Jiang Xin, Meng Lang, the 2 of you, attack me together with Zhao Guang. He was going to fight 1 against 3. It was different from Su Yu's 1 against 6. Those 6 people were the weakest in Fenghuang Valley. But now, they were the number 1 holy disciple of the sanctuary, the top 3 disciples of Fenghuang Valley. The 3 of them were far more powerful than the other 6. To a certain extent, Liu Guang's challenge was even more shocking and subversive. Zhao Guang was furious. Liu Guang, do you think you are a god? However, a solemn voice interrupted his words. Whoosh, whoosh, Jiang Xin and Meng Lang landed beside Zhao Guang. Meng Lang's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He is a godlike genius. Jiang Xin's sweet little face was filled with astonishment as she clenched her hands tightly. I only hope that the 3 of us can join hands and withstand a single strike from senior brother Liu Guang. That way, I won't have any regrets in the battle of the century. Zhao Guang was shocked. Liu Guang was a godlike existence in the eyes of the disciples of Fenghuang Valley. Sweeping his gaze across Su Yu, Zhao Guang grunted. What, are you afraid of Junior Su and do not dare to fight him, so you excluded him? Liu Guang laughed calmly. Afraid of him? No, I just want him to have a chance to see the difference between us. The difference between a dragon and a worm. His fiancée is destined to be my woman, Liu Guang said confidently. Su Yu's expression was calm, a smile on his lips. Liu Guang, if you have time to waste, end the battle quickly. You and I will fight. Who is the dragon and who is the worm? You might have a new understanding. You. Liu Guang sneered. However, Su Yu interrupted him. Don't waste my time. If you want to fight, end it quickly. Su Yu frowned. Suddenly, Su Yu's brows twitched, a smile on his face. His tightly shut eyes trembled, as if he was about to open them. His lips parted slightly as he spoke. Or, I alone will fight all of you. I, Su Yu, will end the battle of the century. One person against all. His words reverberated throughout the ancient ruins, like the voice of a divine king, lasting for a long time. This chapter of 4,000 words was considered a big chapter. In the future, he would update a chapter at 8 in the morning and another at 8 at night, 2 chapters a day. I'm a cripple, writing 1,000 words an hour, and that's after work. Chapter 94. Flowing Light laughed angrily. In the moon god continent, only he could look down on others, but no one could look down on him. Su Yu was the first. The one to end the battle of the century is not you, but I, Liu Guang. Liu Guang stood proudly. He looked at Zhao Guang and the other two and said, each of you only has one chance to attack. Jiang Xin's eyes narrowed. 9 rays of black light shot out from her sleeves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Guang stood where he was, with a faint smile on his lips. The tip of his toes lightly touched the ground of the ruins. However, it was just a light touch, but it was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Rumble, bang, within a 3-meter radius of flowing light, the ancient ruins that had settled down exploded with a loud bang. Dust filled the sky and gravel flew everywhere. A vortex of dust and gravel merged with a huge wave and soared into the sky. Ding ding ding, the 9 rays of black light were all blocked by the huge waves. At the same time, Liu Guang stretched out a finger and pointed at a pebble. Whoosh! Jiang Xin didn't even have time to react before she was struck by the rubble. The mist of light flickered, and she, who had been defeated twice, was teleported away. The dust dissipated, and the gravel fell. Amidst the ruins, in the desolated land, Liu Guang stood with his hands behind his back, like an invincible legend. Meng Lang fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hungry wolf's kiss. Whoosh! The afterimage was like a dream, and it was hard to tell if it was real or not. Liu Guang, who was surrounded, had a leisurely smile on his lips as he stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, countless afterimages came from all directions, like a boundless flood. It looked like it was about to devour the flowing light. With a soft sound, the afterimages in the sky instantly vanished. There was only one real figure, fixed a meter away from flowing light. A wisp of zhenqi condensed into a sword and pressed against Meng Lang's forehead. Meng Lang was defeated. The mist of light flashed as he was teleported out of the forbidden ground. From the beginning to the end, Liu Guang stood calmly with his hands behind his back and did not make a move. Zhao Guang sucked in a breath of cold air. True Qi has taken form. You've touched the level of a holy king. Holy King Li Guang once sighed. The mystic moon continent had limited resources and was unable to nurture a new generation of holy kings. However, flowing light defied the heavens and broke the shackles of heaven and earth, touching upon the level of a holy king. Liu Guang smiled without saying a word, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The meaning was clear, as if it was mocking him. Zhao Guang was the only one left. His strength was like an insurmountable mountain, shaking Zhao Guang's heart. But Zhao Guang had an undying fighting heart and would not give up so easily. 3 heads, 6 arms. Zhao Guang's palms and legs moved according to a special rhythm, his figure moving at high speed. In an instant, it was as if it had grown 2 more heads and 4 more arms. All directions were within the range of the attack. Meng Lang was defeated by this move. Take this. Zhao Guang bellowed. He was like a wild beast in the forest, his power like thunder. Boom! The two of them finally clashed. The sky shook violently, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, a shocking scene appeared. Liu Guang sneered and raised a finger. Zhao Guang was frozen 3 meters away, unable to advance even an inch with his 3 heads and 6 arms. True Qi materialized into an ice wall, blocking Zhao Guang's attack. One finger was enough to suppress Zhao Guang. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Guang growled, shifting shadows. Whoosh! Zhao Guang disappeared into thin air and suddenly teleported behind Liu Guang. At this moment, Liu Guang did not even have the slightest time to react. Rumble! Zhao Guang's 6 arms attacked at the same time. Creak! Liu Guang was instantly killed. However, just as Zhao Guang's joy appeared, it completely froze. His fists did not feel like he was hitting anything. Instead, it felt like he was hitting air. What made his body stiffen even more was that a mocking voice came from behind him, right next to his ear. Is it fun to attack my afterimage? At the same time, a finger touched his back. Puff! Zhao Guang felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tumbling in the air before falling to the ground. So fast. Zhao Guang's pupils dilated. Compared to his deity-level technique, shifting shadows, it was even faster. You are not the only one who has cultivated 2 deity-level techniques. Liu Guang smiled. The puppet referee announced, "Winner, Liu Guang." "Next, Liu Guang, you will be the one to challenge," the puppet said. Liu Guang stood in the middle of the ruins, his gaze lightly drifting over Su Yu. "I've let you linger at death's door until now. I can finally let you understand the difference between you and me with my own hands. But before that, small fries leave." Creak! Without turning his head, Liu Guang flicked his finger behind him. Zhao Guang was caught off guard, his shoulder armor pierce. Defeated twice, the fog of light surged forth, sending the unwilling Zhao Guang away. Outside the forbidden grounds, Zhao Guang knelt on one knee, ashamed. "Disciple is useless. Please punish me, master." Li Guang was stunned for a long time, his old eyes gradually dimming. "Get up. Maybe this is fate. My dream of 100 years has yet to be fulfilled." Li Guang's words were filled with sorrow. In that instant, he seemed to have aged 100 years, like an old man who had lost all signs of life, lifeless. His heart was dead. Xu Rong had a look of pity, shaking her head. "Li Guang, why are you so stubborn? Is she really worth all this?" Li Guang closed his eyes, his old body trembling. He was like a man who had waited for 100 years, only to have his hopes dashed overnight. "Master." The holy disciples could feel the holy king's sorrow, kneeling on the ground. Li Guang forced a smile. "I'm fine." Zhao Guang's heart was filled with sorrow. Only he knew that the holy king had been waiting for one wish his entire life. It was a wish that cost him 100 years, a lifetime. He had gone from a young man to a frail old man for 100 years, all because of this wish. But in the end, Zhao Guang was unable to fulfill it for him. Self-blame and remorse filled his heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Zhao Guang was uncertain. "Master, even though I've lost, there's still Junior Su. He might have a sliver of hope." "Su Yu." Li Guang muttered the name. After a moment, he shook his head and laughed. "He can't." Within the forbidden grounds, only 2 people were left in the ruins. A silver-haired man in purple robes had risen from humble beginnings, like a comet piercing through time and space. A legendary genius had defied the heavens, approaching the level of the Holy King, standing proudly at the peak of the world. The battle of the ages belonged to them. "Lowly ant, I've shown you enough pity. Next, it's time to see the difference in our abilities." Liu Guang stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. His vital energy took form, forming 10 long swords that revolved around him. Once he got close, he would be pierced by 10,000 sword. Whoosh! Liu Guang's shadow flashed, disappearing into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared within 10 feet of Su Yu. 10 swords of vital energy aimed to strangle Su Yu. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, indifferent as he lightly shouted, "Icy heart core." Thump, thump in his chest, a heart formed from ice suddenly beat. Deity-level cultivation technique, Icy heart core, top class. His heart had transformed into an ice aperture exquisite heart. Wherever his heart went, all things would turn into ice. Crack! The water vapor in the air condensed into frost. With a thought, the frost turned into an ice wall. Crack! The vital energy swords shattered the ice wall, blocking for a moment. All that was left was an afterimage as it tried to strangle Su Yu. "Consider yourself fast." Liu Guang coldly snorted, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. However, his pupils shrank slightly. He actually did not notice Su Yu's figure. At this moment, snowflakes fell from above, accompanied by an indifferent voice. Looking for me. Looking up, Suyu was floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Purple robes and silver hair, his body floating in the air, no different from a deity. Only a holy king could fly in the air. Top class of floating light shadow could temporarily fly in the air. Liu Guang was shocked, then coldly snorted, "You're just relying on a cultivation technique. Let me show you what true flying in the air is." Whoosh, behind Liu Guang, vital energy formed a pair of wings, flapping as he floated in the air. The key to Holy King's ability to fly in the air was the transformation of vital energy. Liu Guang was close to the level of a Holy King. Simply transforming vital energy into wings could barely do it. Looking at each other, Liu Guang sneered, "Relying on a cultivation technique, you do have some skill. But next, I'll show you what a true deity-level cultivation technique is, top class. Divine Eagle Claw." Liu Guang growled. His 5 fingers formed a claw, a faint glow surrounding his fingers. Slashing down from the sky, the sharp eagle claws swooped down like an eagle from the 9th heaven. Rumble, the ruins beneath his feet rumbled, rubble and debris splashing everywhere. 5 1-meter-deep grooves were carved into the ground. Just a trace of the aftershock had such power. The power of a deity-level cultivation technique at top class was vast and mighty. Suyu's expression was calm, vital energy released from his hands, condensing into an icy sword of vital energy in his mind. With a light wave of his wrist, he slashed down from the sky. Rumble, the vital energy sword shattered, the aftershock splashing everywhere. Suyu took 10 steps back, a metallic taste in his throat. Liu Guang stood still, calm and unruffled. "We're both deity-level cultivation techniques at top class, but yours is merely a support type. How can it compare to my offensive type?" Suyu was no match for Liu Guang, not because the icy heart core was not powerful enough. It was because the difference in cultivation levels was too great. Suyu was only level 8 peak, but Liu Guang was level 9 peak. Both deity-level cultivation techniques at top class, Suyu was naturally inferior. "Being the king of the century is my honor. After this battle, I will definitely become the dragon of the 9th heaven, and you will be reduced to an ant for the rest of your life." Liu Guang had a faint mocking smile. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiana for you. Her heart and body belong to me, Liu Guang." With a playful smile, Liu Guang mocked, "I'm afraid Xiana does not know that she is about to become my woman. She is still foolishly calling me Senior Liu Guang, but in a few days, she will become a toy for me to conquer. Only a woman with the bloodline of the 9 phoenixes like her is worthy of my conquest. So, give up. I, Liu Guang, will take your woman for you." Whoosh, Liu Guang disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he had teleported in front of Suyu. Claw of the Divine Eagle, an earth-shattering strike tore Suyu apart. Suyu's expression was calm, but within the calmness was a murderous intent. It was like the calm before the storm. Xiana was his fiancée, the woman he swore to protect for the rest of his life. No one could blaspheme her, even if it was heaven, earth, or God. Blasphemers had to die. "You should not have insulted her." Suyu's voice was calm, but there was indifference hidden within the calmness. The indifference instantly froze the world. His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, were lowered for the first time. A purple lotus appeared in his right palm. The dazzling purple light reflected off Suyu's icy expression. The petals were exquisite, the veins clear and lifelike. However, wisps of destructive aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate swept out. That energy caused Liu Guang's sinister smile to gradually stiffen, his scalp numb. His heart suddenly stopped beating, as if it had missed a beat. At this moment, he realized that he might have said the last thing he should have said in his life. "I want you dead," Suyu calmly said, taking a light step forward. This step seemed to cross heaven and earth, time and space, and all obstacles in the world. Chapter 95. The purple lotus in his palm spun in the air. It was beautiful and enchanting. The purple lotus in his hand clashed with Liu Guang's destructive claw. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the forbidden grounds, shaking the skies of Fenghuang Valley. Outside the forbidden grounds, the disciples of Fenghuang Valley felt the ground tremble and the buildings tremble. The combined power of two saint kings could only break through the celestial fog. At this moment, it was circulating rapidly. The sound that shook the heavens shook the earth. Whoosh! Li Guang and Xu Rong's expressions changed. Zhao Guang, Chen Ling, and the other disciples were shocked. Xu Rong's old face was filled with shock. This is a spirit-level technique. Spirit level? Both the Sanctuary Holy disciples and the Fenghuang Valley disciples were confused. Saint-level techniques were the pinnacle of martial arts. They had served the Holy King before and knew that there was a deity-level technique above the saint level. But what was a spirit-level technique? Could it be that a deity-level technique was not the end of martial arts? Li Guang's expression was serious, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. It's a spirit-level technique. This is an emergency. The duel must be stopped. You and I must enter quickly. Xu Rong was worried for Liu Guang. She immediately fought with the Holy King, expending all her holy energy to reopen the passage. Whoosh, whoosh, the two Holy Kings, the Holy Disciples, and the Fenghuang Valley disciples all rushed in. However, what greeted their eyes was a shocking scene. Above the ruins was a scene of desolation. A 3-meter-wide crater had been blasted into the ground. The huge shockwave radiated in all directions, sending dust flying 10 meters into the air. The broken walls suffered devastating damage. Wisps of purple lightning flames burned the edge of the crater. Smoke and dust filled the air, the smell of burnt flesh filling the air. At the bottom of the crater, the handsome and elegant Liu Guang was covered in blood, looking battered and exhausted. His clothes had been burnt to ashes by the lightning flames. His once confident and invincible face was now covered in blood. His nostrils, mouth, and eyes were all bleeding. His long hair and eyebrows were all burnt. His features were twisted in pain, his eyes constricted in fear as he stared at Su Yu. As for Su Yu, he stood quietly above the deep pit. His calm expression did not change. Only his purple robe and silver hair fluttered like an immortal. That strike was like the strike of an immortal god. What kind of skill is that? Liu Guang's heart trembled. If he did not have the divine eagle's claw, which was at the great perfection of the deity-level technique, to resist for a moment, that blow was enough to completely destroy him. The purple lotus was exquisite and resplendent. However, after the collision, the sky was filled with purple thunder and fire, as if heavenly thunder had struck. This terrifying strike had surpassed the level of a martial artist. His intuition told him that even the best god-rank cultivation technique didn't possess such might. Su Yu shook his head calmly. A dead man doesn't need to know. Whoosh! Su Yu's shadow disappeared. He teleported above Liu Guang's head and stepped on his chest. Death was coming. For the first time in his life, he felt death. No matter how much he claimed to be a legendary genius, he still had to lower his noble head before death. No. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Liu Guang felt humiliated. His eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with fear and regret. If he had known that insulting Xiana would result in such a terrifying attack from Su Yu, he wouldn't have acted so insolently. At the very least, it wouldn't be too late to say such words after he truly made Xiana his woman. Su Yu calmly shook his head. Your eyes are flickering, and your words don't match your heart. You have no remorse. Die. Boom! Vital energy permeated his body. Under the icy heart core, an ice thorn formed and pierced toward Liu Guang's chest. Stop! Xu Rong, who had entered the valley and witnessed everything in shock, cried out in alarm. The crowd was equally shocked. The legendary genius, Liu Guang, who was close to the level of a holy king, was actually being stepped on by Su Yu. His life and death were all within Su Yu's control. At this moment, the silver-haired, purple-robed figure was like an invincible legend amidst the snowflakes. His silver hair fluttered, blocking the side of Su Yu's face. However, it could not block his unrepentant killing intent. You separated me and Xiana just to give her to this scum to be defiled. You really are a good grandmother. Su Yu's cold voice shook the celestial fog and the hearts of people. No one knew what kind of insults Liu Guang had uttered. However, they could imagine that he had deeply humiliated Xiana. As a result, he had provoked Su Yu into revealing his shocking killing intent. Su Yu. I order you to let him go, or die. The master of Fenghuang Valley's aged eyes were filled with killing intent. In reality, she was hesitating, unsure if she should kill Su Yu. Su Yu was even more talented than Liu Guang. How could she kill such an outstanding talent so easily? He. Su Yu stepped on Liu Guang's head and laughed. This is the second time you've tried to kill me. Since I have to die, why should I spare his life? Die. Su Yu's ice thorn suddenly pierced downward. Liu Guang's face was as red as a pig's liver. He was completely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have provoked the terrifying Su Yu, even if it meant losing face. Stop. Your engagement with Xiana, I don't care anymore. Let him go immediately. In a moment of desperation, the master of Fenghuang Valley put down her pride in order to save Liu Guang's life. However, Su Yu did not stop. He laughed coldly. You have no right to interfere with my Xiana's engagement. Don't treat this as charity, Su Yu. Xiana is yours. I was wrong. I will not fight for her. Please let me go. In the face of life and death, Liu Guang's body trembled. His voice was shrill, like a woman's due to fear. His eyes were filled with tears of fear. His spirit had completely collapsed. Su Yu's terrifying figure was imprinted in his soul. Su Yu was cold and merciless. His killing intent did not waver. The ice thorn pierced into the flesh of Liu Guang's chest. You're asking for death. Xu Rong was furious. She was, after all, a holy king. She was a legend in the world, invincible. Her abilities could not be described with common sense. Su Yu's ice thorn had not fully pierced through when Xu Rong teleported over. She was right in front of Su Yu and furiously slapped Su Yu's head. Before Liu Guang died, Su Yu would die first. Scram. I want to kill him, don't even think of stopping me, Su Yu growled. Xu Rong's killing intent was revealed. Junior. Die. In this moment of life and death, Su Yu's heart would not die even if he killed Liu Guang. In this world, who could survive a blow from a holy king? An unprecedented crisis loomed over Su Yu. The swift and fierce palm energy set off a terrifying gale. Su Yu was sent flying into the air. That palm did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, it seized the opportunity to kill Su Yu, who was flying backward. The fury of the Holy King could cause the mountains and rivers to bleed. As he flew, Su Yu's silver hair danced wildly in the air. His face was covered, but it could not hide his unrepentant killing intent. It also could not hide those eyes that were always tightly shut. Old dog. You forced me to do this. Su Yu's brows were filled with killing intent. First, she had arrogantly forced him to break off the engagement, then threatened to kill him. Now, her killing intent was revealed. Even if she really was Xiana's grandmother, Su Yu could not afford to be merciful. Arrogant rat, die. Hearing Su Yu's final words, Xu Rong attacked furiously. Her palm energy was comparable to the power of a purple lotus. It was a deity-level cultivation technique. Its power was extraordinary and could destroy everything, but the next moment, Xu Rong's heart skipped a beat. Su Yu's eyes, which had always been tightly shut, moved slightly, as if he was about to open. As a slit appeared, an aura that made her feel uneasy shot out. The sky, earth, forest, trees, and all living things trembled in the presence of this aura. It was as if a transcendent demonic power was sealed within those eyes. Once opened, it could destroy the world. Li Guang, who had rushed over to help, felt his heart beating wildly. Even he had been curious as to why Su Yu had never opened his eyes. Even when he had personally asked, Su Yu had only replied, "It is inconvenient to open them." He had thought that Su Yu might be hiding some sort of trump card. But now, the aura that made his heart beat uneasily was beyond his imagination. That aura was not a destructive force, but a mysterious force that even the Holy King could not comprehend. What was sealed within Su Yu's eyes? At this moment, his eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, finally opened for the first time. In that instant, a pair of magnificent eyes appeared. It was a pair of purple eyes, glowing with a gorgeous and mysterious light. This was the first time it had been revealed to the world. Other than some people who cultivated strange techniques that would have dark red eyes, there had never been purple eyes in the eyes of a human. It could be confirmed that those eyes were not human eyes, but the eyes of a divine spirit. Gorgeous, noble, mysterious. Just one look would cause one's heart to tremble. Time, light, seal. Suyu growled in his heart, the 4 words resonating in his heart. A pair of mysterious and noble purple eyes glowed with a purple light. In an instant, the sky and earth, time and space, all seemed to freeze at this moment. The drifting white clouds came to an abrupt stop. The mountains and rivers suddenly stopped. The surging crowd froze. Even someone as powerful as the Holy King Shu Rong, who was just inches away from Suyu, could not move. What was hard to see with the naked eye was the purple shadow of a dragon coiling around Shu Rong's body. It was this dragon shadow that had coiled around Shu Rong's body, sealing her in the frozen time. She could not move at all. Her mind was working, her soul was shaken, and her panic was spreading. But it was as if her body was sealed by time, unable to move. In front of her, Suyu's purple eyes were ice cold, his silver hair fluttering, like an inhuman divine spirit. "Old dog. I'll kill you first," Suyu coldly shouted. Creak, a purple lotus flower appeared in his palm. It was beautiful, but it contained destructive thunder and fire. The power of a divine-level technique was unparalleled in the world. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Suyu growled, holding the purple lotus in his hand as he attacked Shu Rong's body. Shu Rong, who was sealed by time, had to withstand the powerful attack. Puff, her chest was burned by the fierce thunder and fire, her flesh a bloody mess. The violent explosion shattered her internal organs. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. She, who was a legend in the world, had been injured by a junior, twice using the purple lotus, once using the seal of time. Suyu's blood was pale, swaying as he fell from the sky. But the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. The intent to destroy remained. Die. Suyu clenched his teeth, raising a finger. Ice and thunder feast. The fusion of ice and thunder was a feast of the power of nature. The alternating purple and white light was like a divine light that could destroy the world. The icy heart core had reached the top class, and the purple star thunderbolt had broken through to stage 1 upper class. The power of the two was worlds apart from before. The fused ice and thunder feast had reached a whole new level. In terms of power, it was second only to the purple lotus, far above a divine-level technique. While there was still a sliver of the seal of time, he would completely destroy this old dog. 1 chapter at 8 in the morning, 1 at 8 at night, 2 chapters a day. Chapter 96. No. A shout could be heard. Whoosh, as fast as a ray of light, he flashed in front of the master of Fenghuang Valley. With a grab of his hand, the power of the Holy King rumbled and dispersed the ice and thunder feast. Li Guang's figure appeared. The seal of time only worked on certain people. Only the master of Fenghuang Valley was sealed, Li Guang was not. The momentary obstruction allowed the master of Fenghuang Valley to escape. At this moment, the barely visible purple dragon disappeared. The master of Fenghuang Valley was freed from the seal of time. Even though her body was frozen in time, her thoughts were still present. The pain in her chest caused her hair to stand on end. "I will kill you," the master of Fenghuang Valley screamed. Her injuries were minor, but her reputation was more important. A holy king had been injured by a junior. It was Li Guang who had saved her from a second attack. Such humiliation would never be forgotten. Li Guang glared at her. "Do you really think I am just a decoration? If you attack again, I will personally kill you. You have only yourself to blame for bullying a disciple of the sanctuary. You." Shu Rong was furious, but extremely fearful. Suyu stared at Shu Rong coldly, feeling sorry for her. The seal of time had a time limit. Each activation required a period of rest. Otherwise, his eyes would not be able to withstand it and would explode. He had already missed the best opportunity to kill the master of Fenghuang Valley. "Holy King, why did you stop me?" Suyu asked, confused. It was obvious that Li Guang was not biased towards the master of Fenghuang Valley, otherwise, he would not be protecting her. Li Guang looked at Zhongxian with gratitude in his old eyes. "Come with me. I will let you see another world." Li Guang did not reply, instead grabbing Su Yu's shoulder and bringing him thousands of meters into the air. Su Yu did not understand. "Another world? Look down and see the entire ruins," Li Guang said. Hearing this, Su Yu looked down, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. "This is a palm print." It was rumored that the ruins were once extremely prosperous, but were reduced to rubble in a single night. It was difficult to see the entire situation from within the ruins. However, looking down from the sky, Su Yu saw a shocking scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A horrifying palm print with a radius of 10 miles shrouded the ruins. That's right, it's a palm print. Destroying everything in a 10-mile radius with one palm. Li Guang was also shocked. A single palm strike destroyed everything within a 10-kilometer radius, turning everything into ruins. Su Yu was absent-minded, and he fell into unprecedented shock. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 paintings on the wall in the underground relic in the Twilight Mountains. In the first painting, an old man pointed a finger at the heavens. Su Yu had benefited from it and comprehended the holy decree. In the second painting, a giant hand descended from the 9 heavens, shattering mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Su Yu would never forget that scene. The 10-kilometer palm print that could destroy everything before him clearly overlapped with that image. Is this the power of a holy king? Su Yu was lost in thought. Li Guang laughed at himself. Holy king? Hehe, what is a saint king? Under the might of this palm, saint kings are nothing but ants. They can be reduced to ashes with a flick of a finger. Have you seen the other world? Li Guang asked sternly. Su Yu took a long time to restrain the shock in his heart, his eyes revealing a pensive expression. Holy king, do you mean that the Holy King realm is a legend of martial prowess, but not the pinnacle of the martial paths? Legend of martial strength. Li Guang's self-mockery deepened, perhaps only mortals would call it that. In the other world, holy kings are the lowest existences. Where is that world? Su Yu was shocked. The legends of martial arts were the lowest existences in that world. Li Guang did not answer, but instead asked, how big do you think the Shenyu continent is? Su Yu pondered. The Shenyu prefecture was the size of China, the Fenglin Empire was the size of Earth, and the alliance of the 9 empires was the size of 9 planets. In addition to the Fenghuang Empire, whose territory surpassed the alliance of the 9 empires, the entire Shenyu continent was equivalent to 20 Earths. The vastness of the continent was shocking. Very big. So big that it would be hard for me to travel the entire continent in my lifetime. Su Yu revealed the respect in his heart. Li Guang said meaningfully, what if I told you that the Shenyu continent is actually just a small island? What? An island? Su Yu gasped. Li Guang slowly nodded, that's right. The Shenyu continent is just an island in the middle of the ocean. The real continent is in the middle of the ocean, called the Zhenlong continent. The Zhenlong continent is the center of the world, the true world of martial artists. The Shenyu continent is just one of the countless islands in the middle of the ocean. Su Yu was shocked beyond words. The vast Shenyu continent was just a drop in the ocean. Xu Rong and I are disciples of the Luxian faction of the continent. 100 years ago, we were sent to Shenyu Island to help the faction search for young talents among the islanders. Xu Rong established the Fenghuang Valley and the Fenghuang Empire, while I created the sanctuary and controlled the alliance of the 9 empires. I split Shenyu Island into 2, each selecting the talents of the islanders. The Battle of the Century is the final selection, and the 5 of you are qualified disciples. Li Guang sighed. Su Yu was shocked. The Sanctuary and Fenghuang Valley were both Luxian factions of the Zhenlong continent, sent here to search for young talents. After saying this, Li Guang glanced at Xu Rong, calmly saying, so, do you understand why I stopped you? Firstly, you could not kill her. Your strongest attack could only lightly injure her. You were able to injure her because of your soul technique. Secondly, even if you could kill her, would you be able to face the pursuit of the strongest fighters of the Zhenlong continent? Among them, there are some strong fighters who could kill me with just a thought. Killing a holy king with just a thought. Su Yu was shocked. Xu Rong and Li Guang not only had extraordinary abilities, but more importantly, their identities were not ordinary. Alright, now tell me, how did your abilities improve so quickly after the battle in the evil forest? Li Guang could no longer hide his curiosity. Su Yu nodded. Now that things had come to this, he had to give an explanation. Creak, the icy heart core in his chest throbbed, absorbing the cold energy of heaven and earth. His cultivation level began to stir. That day when I was trapped under the rubble, icy heart core was at the top class. According to the technique, after the top class, the ice heart would absorb the cold energy of heaven and earth, increasing one's cultivation level. Li Guang understood. When Su Yu was in trouble, he was at level 7 upper tier, but now he was at level 8 peak. At that time, the Fenglin Empire was in the middle of winter. The evil forest was even colder and colder. Su Yu had been absorbing the cold energy for a full 10 days. Coupled with the large amount of saint-grade spirit elixirs he had consumed previously, the effects of the elixirs were stimulated, allowing his cultivation level to soar. This was the reason for the rapid growth of his cultivation level, as well as his comprehension of the technique. So, how did you comprehend Icy Heart Core to top class? Before you were in trouble, you only managed to comprehend it to the upper class. You would need many years to reach top class. Deity-level techniques get harder to comprehend as you progress. It should be due to my level of comprehension, Su Yu said, hiding the biggest change in his body. His biggest change was not his cultivation level, nor his technique, but the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In a desperate situation, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron underwent an unprecedented change. Countless drops of spiritual liquid flowed down, cleansing his body. It also made his soul more transparent, and his level of comprehension improved. At the same time, his control of time had made a breakthrough. In the past, when he was still, the time around him had been accelerated by 50 times. But after the change, time had been accelerated by 200 times. During the half a month he was trapped, using the 200 times acceleration was equivalent to 10 years. 10 years was enough time to thoroughly comprehend the Icy Heart Core. Moreover, the purple dragon on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been completely crystallized after the baptism of a large amount of red spiritual liquid. Su Yu's pupils underwent a strange change, turning purple. In the past, he could only control the flow of time around him. But now, his purple pupils could control the flow of time in the outside world. The seal of time came about because it could freeze the time of a specific target for a single breath. One breath was enough to kill an enemy in a head-on battle, but Su Yu could not completely control this pair of purple pupils. To prevent it from leaking or harming the innocent, he could only close his eyes. Level of comprehension? Li Guang gasped, your level of comprehension is unimaginable. Su Yu let out a bitter laugh. The one who was truly unimaginable was Xia Jingyu. Then, where did your spirit-level technique come from? Li Guang's gaze turned serious, asking the question he was most concerned about. As for the purple pupil's divine eyes, he thought it was some sort of secret soul technique that caused Xu Rong to lose focus for a moment. What is a spirit-level technique? Su Yu was confused. It is Purple Star Thunderbolt. Li Guang said leisurely, low, medium, high, saint, and deity-level techniques are collectively known as mortal-level techniques in the Zhenlong continent, and can only be practiced by mortals. Spirit-level techniques are only practiced by holy kings and above. The palm that Xu Rong used to destroy you is a spirit-level technique. Purple Star Thunderbolt was a spirit-level technique? Su Yu was shocked. But thinking about it carefully, some of his doubts were answered. Deity-level techniques such as Icy Heart Core and Reverie of Dewdrops only had 3 levels, lower class, upper class, and peak. But Purple Star Thunderbolt was only a remnant of a book. It did not only have 1 level. At the same time, Purple Star Thunderbolt had caused Su Yu to feel lost more than once. Icy Heart Core and Infernal Demon Pupils were 2 deity-level cultivation techniques that had reached great perfection, but Purple Star Thunderbolt was still stuck at Stage 1 Greater Mastery. It had taken him half a year to comprehend, and with the effect of time control, it had taken him at least 10 years to comprehend, but he was still stuck at Stage 1 Greater Mastery. His doubts were finally answered today. It was a spirit-level technique unique to the Zhenlong continent, something only holy kings could cultivate. It was no wonder Su Yu found it so difficult to cultivate. He had once thought it was a saint-level technique, but after realizing its power, he thought it was a deity-level technique. He did not expect it to be a spirit-level technique. If that was the case, then there should be a few remnant volumes. It's a remnant volume from the Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xianyu Prefecture, Su Yu said. Xianyu Prefecture? Li Guang pondered. In the Twilight Mountains of the Xianyu Prefecture, it was said that there was once a flourishing area. However, it was also destroyed in a single night, and it was difficult for future generations to find it. If I am not mistaken, this remnant of a spiritual level cultivation technique should have been found by someone in the ruins. So the Purple Star Thunderbolt came from the underground ruins? Alright, within a day, there will be an envoy from the Zhenlong continent who will bring us back to the Zhenlong continent. Xu Rong and I have completed our mission. Li Guang descended with Su Yu. The black puppet announced, Su Yu wins. Opening its mouth, the black puppet spat out a token at Li Guang. The battle of the century has decreed that the victor will receive the Luxian token. Li Guang grabbed the token, his body trembling, his eyes filled with tears. Xu Rong stared at the Luxian token, her face filled with jealousy and indignation. Suppressing the greed in her heart, Xu Rong's expression was stiff as she cupped her fists. Congratulations, Brother Li. After waiting for 100 years, you have finally gained something. You can use the Luxian token to request a wish from the faction. Li Guang closed his eyes, tightly gripping the Luxian token. Tears rolled down his cheeks, his voice trembling. Ruolan, wait for me. I will definitely get the faction to investigate what happened back then and give you an explanation. I, Li Guang, was wrongly accused. Zhao Guang was emotional, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Su Yu. His eyes were filled with tears. Junior Su, I, Zhao Guang, will never forget your kindness. Only Zhao Guang knew that his master had been wronged. In order to clear his name, he had sacrificed 100 years to obtain the Luxian token. It was Su Yu who had helped Li Guang fulfill his wish. Li Guang's eyes were filled with gratitude. He looked at the holy disciples that had followed him and smiled, gathering everyone to his side. Only Zhao Guang knows what happened to me. Today, I will tell all of you the entire story. It turned out that Li Guang was once a new disciple of the Luxian faction. Ruolan was his junior. She was beautiful and pure, with a heart of gold. She had fallen in love with Li Guang at first sight. The two of them were in love, cultivating together and advancing in the faction. But one day, something unfortunate happened. Little junior sister Ruolan was actually raped in one night. The location was Li Guang's house. The witness was Li Guang's rival in love, senior Han Ji, who was extremely talented. In addition, he and his junior had been drinking under the moonlight that night. They were both drunk and unconscious. Li Guang was immediately suspected. Junior Ruolan's chastity had been destroyed. She was so ashamed that she wanted to commit suicide. Li Guang had committed a crime and should have been executed. Only Li Guang knew that he had not touched Ruolan that night. The person who had raped her was not Li Guang, but his rival in love, Han Ji. Chapter 97. Han Ji had long coveted Ruolan. Furthermore, Han Ji was highly regarded by one of the faction elders and was his last disciple. But Ruolan was deeply in love with Li Guang and had never agreed. But Han Ji had tarnished Ruolan's innocence and slandered him. Before he died, Li Guang was furious. Since Li Guang had contributed to the faction gave him a chance. He would head to Shenyu Island to find a suitable disciple. Xu Rong also went with him. Between the two of them, the one who could find the more outstanding disciple would get a Luxian token and ask the faction master for a favor within their capabilities. Li Guang held the Luxian token in his hand. He wanted to investigate what had happened and clear his name. He did not want Ruolan to misunderstand him for the rest of her life. For this, he had guarded Shenyu Island for 100 years. Now, he was old and frail. Hearing this, the holy disciples were moved. The Holy King had suffered such injustice. What kind of willpower had supported him for 100 years? He had spent his entire life, growing old, just to clear his grievances, just to give an explanation to the person he loved in his heart. Su Yu, I will never forget your kindness. Li Guang bowed gratefully. Su Yu dodged, shaking his head. I have to repay you for grooming me. Furthermore, you gave me a chance to go to the Zhenlong continent. I should be the one thanking you. Li Guang was apologetic. Even though you are a holy disciple, I have never given you any pointers. Unfortunately, my destiny is here. I will die in less than a month. I will not be able to give you any more pointers. Master. The holy disciples knelt down in disbelief. Even though the holy king was over 100 years old, he was still hale and hearty. How could he only have a month left to live? At the side, Shu Rong's eyes were filled with sorrow as she sighed. When your Saint King came to Mystic Moon Island, he was bullied by Han Ji many times. There was one time when he was seriously injured and fell ill. Enduring until the battle of the century is already the limit of his body. 1 month, he only had 1 month left to live. Even though the Holy King had proven his innocence, he would never be able to spend the rest of his life with the woman he loved. Was his life worth it? Get up. I have lived my life to prove my innocence to Ruolan. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. There is no need for you to be sad. Li Guang smiled. At that moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the sky suddenly turned dark. Everyone looked up and saw a giant strange bird that was 100 meters long descending from the sky. The wind was howling and the energy was flying. A majestic aura pressed down in all directions. Su Yu revolved his vital energy and barely managed to keep his feet on the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his head. Its aura was as strong as Li Guang and Shu Rong's. The strange bird's eyes flashed with human-like arrogance as it scanned the crowd below. Rumble, the strange bird spiraled and landed on the ground like a storm. Sand and pebbles flew and dust filled the sky. Hihi, it's already over. You're faster than I expected. A teasing and careless voice came from the dust. Looking over, there was a 20-year-old green-robed young master standing calmly on the back of the giant bird. His appearance was ordinary, and his aura was completely restrained, making him seem like an ordinary young man. Only a pair of smiling eyes swept over. They were as dazzling as the blazing sun. Whoosh, the green-robed youth floated down, his gaze landing on Li Guang. Old man Li Guang, your body is not bad. Back then, you were beaten half to death by Master, but you are still alive. How dare you? How dare you insult the Holy King? Zhao Guang roared. The green-robed youth squinted, glaring at Zhao Guang. Thud, thud, thud. With just a glance, Zhao Guang seemed to have been severely injured. He took a few steps back, a metallic taste in his throat. Zhao Guang was shocked. Even his master could not injure him with just a glance. Even an ant dares to be so arrogant. The green-robed youth laughed coldly. What's so great about the Holy King realm? It's the lowest existence in the faction, not even an outer sanctum disciple. Li Guang took a step forward, shielding the group of holy disciples behind him. His gaze was calm. You are Han Ji's disciple. You have already surpassed the Holy King realm and reached the Dragon realm. He has committed many evil deeds, but his luck is not bad to have a disciple like you. Haha, of course, Master's luck is not something you can compare to. Otherwise, why would your woman become Master's concubine? The green-robed youth sneered. Li Guang's pupils shrank. He stumbled back, his voice trembling. You said, Ruo Lan became Han Ji's concubine? How could it be? Han Ji coerced her, right? One could imagine that Ruo Lan, who had lost her reputation and integrity, was at the lowest point of her life. Han Ji, who coveted her, would definitely be able to capture her heart easily when she was at her weakest. Grief and anger welled up in his heart. The one who had harmed and defiled Ruo Lan was obviously Han Ji. However, Ruo Lan did not know and ended up in Han Ji's embrace. As for the wronged Li Guang, he had guarded the island for 100 years. Could life be more dramatic and cruel than what he was seeing now? What right do you, an abandoned disciple of the faction, have to mention Master's wife's name? The green-robed youth's expression turned cold. After speaking, the green-robed youth looked around and said calmly, I am a core disciple of the Luxian faction, Cao Xian. I have been ordered to test your talents and bring you to the Zhenlong continent. The top 5 of the battle of the century, step forward. Cao Xian ordered. The crowd looked at each other. Liu Guang, Meng Lang, and Jiang Xin from Fenghuang Valley stepped forward. Su Yu and Zhao Guang from Sanctuary stepped forward. Cao Xian swept his gaze across the crowd, especially Li Guang's 2 disciples. His gaze lingered on Su Yu and Zhao Guang, his gaze cold. Whoosh! Cao Xian flew to the puppet's side, his finger pointing at the puppet's forehead. The puppet opened its mouth and spat out a piece of paper with the top 5 rankings. First place, Su Yu of Sanctuary. Cao Xian's gaze turned cold, his eyeballs turning. If that was the case, the Luxian token had been obtained by Li Guang. Cao Xian's expression changed as he returned. He took out a transparent crystal ball and walked in front of the trio from Fenghuang Valley. You, place your hand on it, Cao Xian ordered Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was in awe. She stuck out her tongue and placed her hand on the crystal ball. Buzz! The crystal ball glowed a dark red, forming a line of words, worthless spirit body. Such a worthless body wants to enter the Zhenlong continent. Scram! Cao Xian let out a cold grunt. Jiang Xin's body trembled, her face pale. She had lost the right to enter the Zhenlong continent. Tears rolled down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling. Jiang Xin squatted on the ground, crying loudly. The mysterious continent's qualification selection was so cruel. Cao Xian could not be bothered with her, pointing at Meng Lang. Meng Lang's face trembled. He swallowed his saliva and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball glowed red, a line of words appearing. Low-grade yellow class spirit body. Cao Xian's nostrils flared as he said with disdain, a desolate island with such qualities. Even if you go to the Zhenlong continent, you will still be at the bottom. Meng Lang did not feel humiliated. Instead, he was overjoyed. He had obtained the right to enter the Zhenlong continent. Li Guang whispered to Su Yu and Zhao Guang, this is a physical test. What is a physical test? Su Yu asked. Li Guang said seriously, the difference between a holy king and a martial artist is that a holy king possesses the power of a holy king. But the power of a holy king is just a name in the Shenyu continent. Its true name is spirit energy. It is a type of energy that far surpasses vital energy. Only by absorbing spirit energy can one break through to the realm of a holy king and beyond. Whether one can absorb vital energy, or the speed at which one absorbs vital energy, depends on the human body. Most people are unable to absorb vital energy. They are a useless spirit body, such as Jiang Xin. But most people absorb vital energy extremely slowly. Meng Lang, for example, only has a low-grade yellow-class spirit body. Physical constitutions are split into 4 grades: heaven, earth, dark, and yellow. Low-grade yellow class is the lowest grade. Their absorption speed is extremely slow, and their future achievements are limited. Dark class is even higher, but dark class is extremely rare. As for earth and heaven class, they only exist in legends. The Luxian faction has never had them before. Hearing this, Su Yu and Zhao Guang roughly understood. Only those with the ability to absorb the power of a holy king, which was spirit energy, could enter the realm of holy king and beyond. Otherwise, they would be stuck at level 9 peak of the martial paths for the rest of their lives. But did the 2 of them have a physical constitution? Su Yu could not help but worry. Li Guang comforted them, you do not have to worry too much. Whether a person has a physical constitution can be seen at the level of a martial artist. Those with a physical constitution have superior perceptivity and cultivation speed. Even though Jiang Xin is in the top 5, her abilities are supported by hidden weapons. Her perceptivity and cultivation speed are not outstanding. Hence, it is normal for her to have a useless spirit body. Su Yu, your perceptivity is exceptional, your cultivation speed is shocking, and your physical constitution is high. I look forward to it. Li Guang smiled. Zhao Guang was envious. Su Yu was such a talented person. Even in the Zhenlong continent, he would be considered a genius. Cao Xian pointed at Liu Guang. Liu Guang was a little nervous, placing his hand on it. With a flash of red light, high-grade yellow class physical constitution, Cao Xian raised his eyebrows and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. After a while, his expression softened and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was actually a little polite. Junior Liu Guang, within the Luxian faction, the factions are intertwined and complicated. As a newcomer, you will inevitably be bullied. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can look for me. Liu Guang was overwhelmed by the favor, his face flushed with excitement. He bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you Senior Cao Xian. Li Guang was shocked, his expression grave. I did not expect Liu Guang's potential to be so high. Cao Xian wants to recruit him to help Han Ji recruit a few unofficial disciples with great potential. After the Fenghuang Valley disciples had been tested, Cao Xian's expression turned cold, pointing at Zhao Guang. You, come here. Zhao Guang was nervous, placing his hand on the crystal ball. With a flash of red light, medium-grade yellow class physical constitution appeared. Zhao Guang was overjoyed, pleasantly surprised. Cao Xian glared at Li Guang, his nostrils flaring. You really found a suitable candidate. With a displeased expression, Cao Xian's gaze finally landed on Su Yu. As the king of 100 generations, Su Yu's physical constitution would be shocking. Cao Xian clenched his fists, feeling a little uneasy. With a serious expression, he took a step forward and placed the crystal ball in front of Su Yu. Li Guang, Xu Rong, Liu Guang, Zhao Guang, and the rest all looked over. Liu Guang already had a high-grade yellow class physical constitution. Could Su Yu have the rare dark class physical constitution? Su Yu was nervous, placing his hand on the crystal ball. With a flash of red light, a shocking line of words appeared on the crystal ball. It's almost midnight. I'm looking for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and tips. Chapter 98. Everyone was dumbfounded. Confusion, doubt, and other complicated expressions appeared on their faces. After a moment, Cao Xian heaved a sigh of relief, his lips twitching. Worthless spirit. Hehe, you've really shocked me. With a flash of red light, the words worthless spirit could be seen clearly. Li Guang was stunned, unable to comprehend. How could this be? His level of perception and cultivation speed are extraordinary. How could he be a worthless spirit? Even though Xu Rong did not like Su Yu, she found it hard to believe. Zhao Guang was at a loss. Su Yu's rapid rise was like a comet streaking across the continent, stunning everyone. But how could he be a worthless spirit? While the crowd was confused, Su Yu remained calm. Only he knew where his level of perception came from. His comprehension ability was not outstanding. The reason why he was so outstanding was because of the illusion that he obtained from the time acceleration of 200 times. As for his cultivation speed, he consumed large amounts of elixirs and natural treasures, and rarely breathed in vital energy. Worthless spirit was reasonable. Slowly retracting his palm, Su Yu's heart was filled with disappointment and bitterness. Even with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, would he be stuck at level 9 of the martial path? What kind of exciting world was the Zhenlong continent? How vast was it? How many geniuses were there? How many peerless experts were there? Was he going to be stuck on a tiny island in the vast ocean, an ant for the rest of his life? He had once promised the Duke of Shenyu that he would help him find elixirs to heal his arm. He had once sworn to the heavens that he would become the best and control his own fate. Everything in the past. Was he going to be stuck here? His martial heart had yet to be extinguished. Why was he given such a talent? At this moment, Su Yu felt as though he had returned to the Martial Arts Training Institute, back to the days of the lowly silver students. After half a year, he had broken through the continent's time and space like the sun. But today, he had returned to his original state. He was still the same lowly student from half a year ago. Liu Guang, who had feared Su Yu, could not help but laugh. Dragon and worm. Ha ha ha, I was right. I am a dragon of the 9 heavens. You are still an ant. Liu Guang laughed heartily. Xu Rong's old eyes turned cold. Separating Yu and Xiana was a wise decision. Feeling the strange gazes and hearing the mockery, Su Yu remained silent. He did not refute, nor did he have the strength to refute. The 3 words worthless spirit body determined Su Yu's fate. When numerous geniuses stepped into the Zhenlong continent and soared in the 9 heavens, the king, who had once stood proudly above them, was now alone and in dire straits. He had been reduced to an ant. The evening sun was setting, and the afterglow of the afterglow poured down, causing Su Yu's figure to look long and lonely. He was lonely, as if he stood aloof from the world. Who would have thought that he was once a king? "Brother Yu," a gentle voice called out. A warm and delicate hand grasped his palm. Although it was soft, it was firm and powerful, transmitting a warm power to the soul. Xia Jingyu's pretty face was bright, and she bravely held Su Yu's hand. She then pursed her lips and said, "I'm still here in this world. Regardless of whether it's the island or the continent, I will follow you wherever you go." Su Yu was moved. Even when he was at the lowest point of his life, a pretty face was always there to accompany him. "In this life, I have never been lonely." Holding her soft hand, Su Yu was silent for a moment, then lifted his eyes to look at Cao Xian. "Test her constitution, you won't be disappointed." The corners of Cao Xian's mouth twitched. "Ha! The spirit testing ball can only be used 8 times. Is there a need for me to waste it?" Xia Jingyu held Su Yu's hand tightly, calmly and concisely replying, "I don't need it." Not only did Xia Jingyu reject him, but she had also rejected him. Cao Xian's gaze shifted, and he passed the crystal ball over, mocking, "Hey, seeing as you are in such dire straits, I'll give you a chance. Let her try." "Brother Yu, I don't want it." Xia Jingyu rejected him. Su Yu did not allow her to speak. He pressed her small hand onto the crystal ball. His gaze was calm, and he wore a lonely smile. "If one day you return from the Zhenlong continent, please tell me what kind of world it is outside." A red light flashed, and a row of dazzling words appeared on the crystal ball. "Upper grade dark class constitution." The indifferent Cao Xian was stunned for a moment, then his pupils dilated. Dark class constitution was an extremely rare constitution in the Luxian faction. Only the core disciples, including Cao Xian, had it. Upper grade dark class constitution was the best constitution in the faction. In the current generation, only one person had it. That person was the chief disciple of the Luxian faction, the most dazzling and powerful genius disciple in the faction. Xia Jingyu actually had such a strong constitution. Her appearance would definitely cause a stir in the faction. Cao Xian's gaze shifted. If he brought her under his master's wing, what kind of generous reward would he receive? He did not notice that Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes were slightly red. She looked at Su Yu, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Brother Yu, you are alone, what would you do if you were lonely?" Su Yu gently let go of Xia Jingyu's hand, staring at her. He shook his head with a smile. "With a pair of eyes looking at the outside world for me, I will not be lonely." Cao Xian was eager to prove himself. Now that the examination was over, it was time for him to return. With a warm smile, Cao Xian was gentle and refined. "Junior, let's not waste any more time, we should leave." He coldly swept his gaze across Zhao Guang, Meng Lang, and Liu Guang. "What are you waiting for? Get on the Garuda immediately, we will depart immediately." Liu Guang's expression turned sluggish. After discovering the upper-grade dark-class constitution, Liu Guang was nothing in Cao Xian's eyes. His promise to take care of Liu Guang had fallen through, causing him to feel embarrassed. The group walked up the Garuda. Cao Xian smiled politely. "Junior, please come up. The best seat is reserved for you." Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes stared at Su Yu. After a moment, she closed her eyes and opened them again, smiling tearfully. "Brother Yu, one day, I will definitely return and tell you, the outside world." Because of her sobs, Xia Jingyu's last words were intermittent, drifting in the wind. From now on, she would head to a wider world. As for Su Yu, he would be alone. "Wait, Junior Cao, I have a granddaughter. Her potential might not be too bad," Shu Rong hurriedly said. Cao Xian's nostrils flared. "Who cares about your granddaughter? I will report back to the faction immediately, there is no time to waste. Get out of the way. Let's wait for her granddaughter for a while, Xie Jingyu muttered in a daze. Cao Xian's expression softened. He naturally had to give Xie Jingyu face. All right, go and come back quickly. Cao Xian waved his hands impatiently. Xu Rong gratefully bowed, quickly rushing to the Fenghuang pavilion to bring Xiana, who was cultivating. Xiana had no idea that Su Yu had already arrived, nor did she know where she was being brought by her grandmother. She had arrived before the Garuda in a daze. Put your hand on it, Cao Xian said quickly, impatiently. Xiana did not even have time to look around before Xu Rong pressed her small hand on top. With a flash of red light, a line of words appeared clearly. Medium-grade dark-class constitution. The 6 clear words caused the impatient Cao Xian to clap and laugh. Ha ha, another dark-class constitution. Moreover, it's a medium-grade dark-class constitution. Having obtained 2 dark-class constitutions, Cao Xian's mood was unprecedentedly good. Xu Rong's body trembled, tears streaming down her face. Good. 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 The Xu family. There is hope for the Xu family. Junior, please come up. Cao Xian was in a good mood, smiling as he invited Qin Xiana up. Qin Xiana scratched her head stupidly, looking around blankly. She still did not understand the situation. Suddenly, her large eyes swept across a familiar figure. The familiar face, the familiar face, the familiar figure, the familiar clothes, even though his hair had turned a mysterious silver, and his eyes had turned a noble purple. But wasn't that smiling gaze the same resolute gaze that shielded her from the bloodshed at the Duke of Shenyu's palace? She might have mistaken a person's appearance, but she would never mistake a person's soul. Brother Su Yu. Countless dreams of the cold nights, the person she missed was right in front of her. Qin Xiana sobbed, throwing herself into Su Yu's embrace. Enjoying the familiar embrace, the months of nostalgia, parting, and longing had turned into a heart full of bitterness as she wailed. Su Yu tenderly hugged Xiana, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Liu Guang's eyes turned cold, leaping down from the Garuda. He took a step forward, grabbing Qin Xiana's shoulder. Junior Xiana, come with me to a bigger faction. We can train together, how about that? Xiana's shoulder trembled, her eyes swollen from crying. She fiercely turned her head. I only want brother Su Yu. I will not go with you. Let go. Liu Guang's expression froze. Had Su Yu left such a deep impression in her heart? So much so that she had lost her temper at him. Liu Guang's eyes gradually turned cold. Xiana, you and I are both dragons of the 9 heavens. Su Yu does not have the potential, he is destined to be in a different world from us. No matter how much you like him, it will not end well. Xiana hooked Su Yu's neck with her small hands, baring her teeth. I don't believe you. Brother Su Yu is the best. Cao Xian's eyes narrowed. Junior Xiana, come with me. Su Yu's fate is indeed that of an ant. I don't believe you. Give me the crystal ball. Brother Su Yu is better than all of you. Xiana extended her hand, demanding the crystal ball. I can give him one last test, but you must come with me. Cao Xian was a little impatient. Why did these 2 talented women have such a close relationship with Su Yu? Xiana rubbed her sharp chin, giggling as she hugged the crystal ball and stuffed it into Su Yu's arms. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Brother Su Yu, hurry up and try it. Tell them that you are the best. In her heart, Su Yu was irreplaceable. Su Yu lovingly stroked her head. Xiana, you and Jingyu go first. I will quickly catch up after I finish what I have to do, okay? He did not want Xiana to see him at his lowest point in his life. Brother Su Yu, aren't you going to try it now? Show those who look down on you that brother Su Yu is the best. Xiana did not understand. Xiana, brother Su Yu is more outstanding than all of us. There will be stronger people coming to fetch him. Let's go first, we will meet again soon, is that so? Xiana smiled, jumping onto the Garuda proudly. She waved her fist. Humph, I told you, brother Su Yu is the best. Waving her hand, Xiana giggled. Brother Su Yu, hurry up and catch up. Just as she was about to leave, Xiana recalled something. She took out a jade bottle and threw it to Su Yu. Xiana blushed, a little embarrassed. This. Grandma gave it to you. Yes, Grandma, not me. He grabbed a saint-grade spirit elixir and a divine-grade spirit elixir. They were cracked and dented, as if they had been fought over. Su Yu's eyes turned red. Why would Shu Rong leave him elixirs? These were the fruits that Xiana had left for him, one by one. Every elixir was Xiana's purest love. Xiana, a heart-wrenching pain assaulted him. Cao Xian was impatient. He activated the Garuda and flew up into the sky. Looking at the gradually fading Garuda, it finally turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Su Yu's eyes were moist, his heart filled with silent sorrow. He had been strong until now, his expression calm. Now that he was separated from Xiana and Jingyu, he could no longer suppress the sorrow in his heart. Heaven and earth revolved, time and space were peaceful. Su Yu felt as if he had been abandoned and abandoned by the world. He stood alone on the earth, looking at the people he could not ask to stay. Xiana. Su Yu clenched his fists, suppressing the sorrow in his heart and the indignation in his heart. Li Guang was stunned for a long time. His eyes were filled with pity and sympathy as he sighed. Su Yu. You better take care of yourself. An ordinary life might not be a bad thing. Li Guang could not find any words of consolation. Su Yu's fate was truly unfair. Suddenly, Li Guang saw the red glow on the crystal ball in Su Yu's fist. The words worthless spirit body reappeared. He sighed. Su Yu, if you have nowhere else to go, you can return to the sanctuary. Li Guang suddenly exclaimed. He saw that after the words worthless spirit body faded, a new line of words appeared on the crystal ball. Su Yu also noticed the change in the crystal ball and stared at it. The small words gradually condensed. Looking at the length, it was not just the 3 words worthless spirit body, but 6 words. 6 words, 6 words. Could this be Su Yu's potential? As the words became clearer, Su Yu's heart jumped to his throat. Chapter 99. What kind of constitution would it be? Su Yu's heart was pounding, his mind a mess. Was it a yellow class constitution? Or was it a black class constitution? Or even the legendary heaven or earth class constitutions? After all, Su Yu's test was different from normal people, showing 2 results at the same time. Buzz buzz, the red light flickered, revealing a 6-syllable incantation. Low-grade spiritual constitution. Li Guang's pupils shrank as he exclaimed, spirit body? Su Yu was at a loss. It was not one of the 4 grades. He could not help but ask anxiously, Holy King, can I cultivate the spiritual constitution? Regaining his senses, Li Guang looked Su Yu up and down as if he was looking at a monster. Hearing this, his lips twitched. Since there is a spiritual constitution, of course you can cultivate it. Su Yu's heart, which was hanging in the air, was finally at ease. The sorrow in his heart was swept away, replaced by a sense of pride. This accident was a turning point in his life, a chance at a new life. Xiana, Jingyu, wait for me. I, Su Yu, will step onto the Zhenlong continent. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yu asked curiously, Holy King, what is an abnormal spiritual constitution? Li Guang explained in shock, the heaven, earth, black, and yellow system covers the most common constitutions. Rare constitutions are excluded, and are collectively known as abnormal spiritual bodies. There are some special people who are unable to absorb spiritual energy and are known as trash spirits. However, there are some special things in their bodies, such as eating heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or having divine weapons in their bodies. Heavenly materials and divine weapons can absorb spiritual energy on their own to aid their masters in their cultivation. These are the otherworldly spirits. You were tested as a useless spiritual body, meaning that you cannot absorb spirit energy. However, there is a special item in your body that can absorb spirit energy. Hence, the second result is abnormal spiritual body. Su Yu was not wrong. The red liquid from the divine 9-dragon cauldron had fused with his blood. He could not absorb spirit energy, but the mysterious red liquid could. Cao Xian's test showed Su Yu as a useless spiritual body. That was because Su Yu had quickly retracted his hand after the test. The crystal ball did not have time to reveal the abnormal spiritual body. Li Guang continued, abnormal spirit bodies are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades based on the speed at which they absorb spiritual energy. However, the lowest grade abnormal spirit body is equivalent to a middle grade yellow class physique, which is Zhao Guang's level. There was one more thing that Li Guang did not mention. The rarity of abnormal spirits was comparable to the heaven and earth grades. They were the legendary abnormal spirits, and they were often highly valued. This was because a foreign body that could automatically absorb spiritual energy was most likely a miraculous object. Thus, its owner might possess an inconceivable ability that was even more peculiar than ordinary people. Su Yu's exceptional level of comprehension was probably related to the foreign object in his body. Su Yu let out a gratified smile. Even with a low-grade yellow-class constitution, Su Yu was confident that he could compete with the geniuses of the continent, let alone a medium-grade yellow-class constitution. Garuda has left. Follow me and Shu Rong to the Zhenlong continent, Li Guang said, then looked at Shu Rong. Shu Rong nodded her head coldly, thinking that Su Yu was not fated to die. He would eventually step onto the Zhenlong continent. 2 days later, the group rushed to the border of the Fenghuang Empire, facing the boundless sea. The two holy kings had combined their holy king powers to awaken a giant turtle that had been slumbering at the bottom of the sea. It was the same turtle that they had ridden 100 years ago. The journey is long and will take 20 days. I do not have much time left, so I will use all my strength to guide you in your cultivation. After boarding the giant turtle, Li Guang stared at Su Yu, letting out a desolate smile. Su Yu bowed in gratitude. The Holy King only had a month left to live. This might be the last time he would guide him. Su Yu sat on the ground, listening attentively to Li Guang's teachings. Your level of comprehension is exceptional, and you cultivate both ice and thunder attributes. Your techniques are amazing, but I do not have the right to guide you. The only thing I can guide you in is the path of cultivation. The Holy King realm is split into 7 levels. It is the process of a mortal transforming into a higher level. It focuses on improving one's physique and raising one's physical limits. For example, your purple star thunderbolt is extremely powerful, but why did it only lightly injure Shu Rong? That is because her physical body is stronger than a mortal's. Thus, after you become a holy king, breaking through to the next level is secondary. Absorbing spirit energy and raising your physical limits is of utmost importance. Otherwise, you will never be able to reach the dragon realm. Su Yu engraved Li Guang's valuable experience in his heart. In the Luxian faction, there are 4 techniques to increase one's spirit energy. 3 of them are deity-level techniques, and the last one is an incomplete spirit-level technique called Thousand Thread Mantra. With your level of comprehension, choosing a spirit-level technique to cultivate will increase your spirit energy. This will make it easier for you to break through to the dragon realm in the future. Su Yu creased his brows. Are there no complete spirit-level techniques? Li Guang rolled his eyes. Do you think spirit-level techniques are cabbages? Mortal-level techniques are split into low, medium, high, saint, and deity level. Spirit-level techniques are also split into legacy level, immortal level, and myth level. In the Luxian faction, the Holy Kings can only come into contact with legacy-level incomplete manuals. For example, your Purple Star Thunderbolt is a legacy-level incomplete manual. Only strong martial artists who are above the dragon realm and have made great contributions to the faction are qualified to come into contact with the complete legacy-level technique. Su Yu was shocked. Was a complete legacy-level technique so hard to come by? What about immortal-level techniques and legendary-level techniques? Su Yu asked. Li Guang thought for a moment. It is said that the master of the faction has a fragment of an immortal-level technique. As for legendary-level techniques, they only exist in the legends of the world. Therefore, it is best if you can borrow the Thousand-Thread Mantra. All the Dragon Realm fighters in the faction have studied the Thousand-Thread Mantra. Su Yu memorized the Thousand-Thread Mantra. Lastly, your holy decree is very special. Li Guang frowned and said, there is a unique rhythm to it. Even the saint decree of a 7th-level saint king does not have it. I hope you can continue to comprehend it. Maybe one day, you will have a breakthrough. Holy decree? Su Yu's holy decree originated from the elder in the painting. Could it be that the elder's holy decree was special? In the next 20 days, with his help, Suyu progressed at a tremendous pace. Half a month later, the shore of the Zhenlong continent appeared. It was as if a giant beast had cut off the boundless sea. Suyu awoke from his meditation, his eyes glowing brightly. The 13 saint grade and 1 divine grade spirit elixir given to him by Xiana were all digested by Li Guang's spirit energy. Suyu's cultivation level had broken through from level 8 upper tier to level 9 upper tier. The effects of the divine grade spirit elixir were terrifying. With time sped up by 200 times, Suyu's Purple Star Thunderbolt and Holy Decree had made great progress. After 11 years of study, he had finally touched the edge of Stage 1 top class of Purple Star Thunderbolt. Given more time, he would be able to break through to top class. As for the Holy Decree, it was only a few steps away from the Saint grade Great Perfection stage to the Demigod grade. Suyu was filled with gratitude. He had disobeyed him in the beginning and was goaded into entering the evil forest to train. Even now, with the guidance of his last breath, Suyu was grateful. In his life, these two benefactors had given him a turning point. The Duke of Shenyu had given him a chance to enter the sanctuary. Li Guang had given him a chance to enter the Zhenlong continent. If not for them, Suyu might still be a student at the Martial Arts Training Institute. Xu Rong, could you help me send a message to Ruolan? Before I return to the faction, I would like to see her alone. Li Guang did not immediately return to the faction. He had less than 10 days left to live and could not wait until the faction investigated the injustice. Thus, he wanted to see Ruolan one last time and tell her the truth. Xu Rong nodded, sure. The meeting place was here. This was not far from Li Guang's family. His family was situated on top of a mountain range. It was near the Luxian faction and it was a rather famous cultivation family. After returning from Shenyu Island, 100 years later, before he died, he naturally wanted to visit his family. Suyu, before I die, I will definitely arrange a way out for you, Li Guang said lovingly. After spending half a month together, he deeply admired Suyu's intelligence and sophistication. He sighed in his heart, filled with regret. A holy disciple was an unofficial disciple of the Holy King. But Suyu had never called him master. The reason was that they had only known each other for a short time. Li Guang knew that he had given Suyu too little and could not bring himself to call himself Suyu's master. However, before he died, he hoped that he could hear Suyu call him master. 2 days later, Li Guang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the vast ocean with a disappointed expression. According to the journey, Ruolan should have arrived in 2 days. But she did not come. Ruolan still hates me? Li Guang sighed. The woman he had missed for 100 years did not even give him a chance to explain before he died. This was his life's greatest regret. A regret that could never be made up for. Suddenly, Suyu's purple eyes swept across the horizon, calmly saying, the person that master is waiting for might be here. The Holy King followed Suyu's gaze and saw a figure after a long time. Suyu's divine 9-dragon cauldron had greatly improved his vision. In the past, he could only see 5 miles away, but now he could see 20 miles away. At this moment, a 40-year-old woman flew over. She was dressed in a colorful robe, noble and elegant. Her appearance was gentle, virtuous, and dignified. As she floated down, a fragrant breeze blew over. Ruo Lan. Li Guang's voice was trembling, his body trembling. His old eyes could not shift his gaze away. The woman in front of him was his lover of 100 years, Ruolan. She was a 7th-level Holy King, her physical limits far beyond that of a mortal. Even though she was over 100 years old, she still looked 40. As for Li Guang, he was a 2nd-level Holy King. His physical limits were just slightly stronger than a mortal's, but he was already old. Compared to Li Guang's dazed expression, Ruolan's expression was calm and gentle. Li Guang, you have grown old. Ruolan's voice was cold and emotionless. Her unfriendliness pulled Li Guang back from his daze. His aged face was filled with bitterness. It had been 100 years, and their friendship had long dissipated. Ruolan, I invited you here to explain to you that I was not the one who did what happened back then. It was Hanji. You Do not be deceived by him, stay away from him. Li Guang regained his composure, his gaze sharp. This time, I have obtained the Luxian token. I will ask the sect leader to investigate what happened back then and return Ruolan and my innocence. Ruolan looked at him calmly, her gentle eyes cold. Yes, I know that the one who defiled me was not you, but Han Ji. Li Guang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You know that it was Han Ji? Then why didn't you help me clear my name? Why did you marry Han Ji, who defiled you? Ruolan was silent for a moment, then said calmly, because Han Ji promised to take me as his concubine and give me sufficient resources to train. His condition was to defame you. Boom, Li Guang's mind went blank. He had thought that Ruolan had been deceived and thought that he was the defiler. But the truth was that Ruolan had cooperated with Han Ji to frame him. Rumble, he had stood firm for 100 years to prove to Ruolan that he, Li Guang, was innocent. But after standing firm for 100 years, he had received such a cruel truth. Ruolan, were you forced by Han Ji to do this? Li Guang could not accept the fact that his lover, the woman whom he could not forget for 100 years, was the culprit who had harmed him. Ruolan was indifferent, her expression cold. Su Yu supported the Holy King, his eyes cold. She is just a selfish woman who betrayed her love for her own future. Holy King, there is no need for you to humiliate yourself. Or perhaps, Holy King, you should be more concerned about her motive for coming to see you. Su Yu's voice turned serious. Li Guang's heart turned cold. Ruolan had told him the truth. Why would she let him live? Then, Ruolan had come today to kill him. She was a 7th-level Holy King, while Li Guang was a 2nd-level Holy King. The difference in their abilities was like the difference between heaven and earth. She could kill him in the blink of an eye. In front of her, Li Guang could not even retaliate. Li Guang, wouldn't it be better if you died of old age on Shenyu Island? Why must you force me to attack? Ruolan's eyes were cold as she calmly raised her finger. Killing intent gathered at the tip of her finger. At that moment, Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine, his body stiffening. Chapter 100. Against Shu Rong, a 2nd-level Holy King, Su Yu could still fight. However, as a 7th-level Holy King, Su Yu could not even move a muscle when he lifted a finger. It was as if a level 1 of the martial paths was up against a level 9 of the martial path. The feeling of being as lowly as an ant, as insignificant as a fly, shook his heart. Li Guang laughed bitterly. I, Li Guang, have spent 100 years waiting for such a fate. At this moment, Li Guang suddenly aged 100 years. Despair and death enveloped his heart. Ruolan, you can kill me, but he is innocent, can you let him go? Li Guang knew that he would not be able to escape death today, but Su Yu would be implicated. Ruolan's cold gaze fell upon Su Yu, calmly nodding. But the next moment, she flicked her finger, shooting a bolt of terrifying vital energy at Su Yu. Su Yu felt as if he was facing a landslide, or the suffocating disaster in the evil forest valley. No. Li Guang growled, pushing Su Yu away. Rumble, a deafening sound filled the air. Blood splattered everywhere, flesh flying everywhere. Li Guang's right arm had been blasted off, his flesh a bloody mess. Blood splattered all over Su Yu's face. The warmth and blood caused Su Yu to freeze. Li Guang. Li Guang had used his own body to block a killing blow for him. Looking at the tall and old figure in front of him, Su Yu was shaken. Run. Li Guang's remaining left hand grabbed Su Yu and flew into the air. Behind him, a soft sigh could be heard, it's useless. Whoosh, her figure blurred, and in an instant, Ruolan was standing in front of them calmly. Li Guang's aged face was filled with bitterness and pain, but his gaze was determined. I will die. I will not let him die. Whoosh, Li Guang chose another direction. But, whoosh, Ruolan calmly stood in front of them, calmly shaking her head, it's useless, die. Whoosh, her figure disappeared. Suddenly, Su Yu saw a jade-like hand resting on top of his head without a sound. She was a meter away from Li Guang, but he did not notice. By the time Li Guang realized it, it was too late. The hand pressed down lightly. Pooh, a dull thud could be heard as a bloody hole appeared on Li Guang's back. The squirming of his internal organs was clearly visible. In the nick of time, Li Guang used his back to block the fatal blow for Su Yu. Holy King! Su Yu was shocked and sorrowful. He had spent his entire life and was on the verge of death just to prove his innocence. But why did he receive such a fate? Li Guang's face was pale, his facial features contorted in pain. His old voice was filled with desolation as he screamed, "I'll die, but you can't." Ruolan's expression was calm. She struck again with her palm and sighed softly, "It's useless." Blood ray escape. Li Guang roared as blood spurted from his right arm. The blood on their bodies disappeared and turned into a light screen that enveloped the two of them. Chirp! The blood-red light pierced through the vault of heaven, bringing with it a series of explosions. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the horizon as if it had teleported. Ruolan was slightly startled and her expression froze. A forbidden escape technique that consumes one's life. Su Yu only felt that he was enveloped in a warm and fishy sweetness. The scenery around him was like an afterimage. Li Guang's life force rapidly weakened. Finally, an hour later, they landed in front of a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, there were majestic houses and graceful figures. Faintly, a layer of light screen flickered quietly. Wow! Li Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Quick! Help me over. That's my family, the Li family. There's a clan protection formation. Ruolan can't enter. Su Yu turned around to look. 20 miles away, a figure in colorful clothes was flying toward him. Su Yu supported Li Guang and felt that Li Guang was about to die. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Why? Why did he spend 100 years to obtain such a situation? Why did he have to suffer such cruel pain in the last moments of his life when he was chased to death by the person he once loved? You'll be safe once you're home. I won't let you die. Li Guang's eyes were filled with love as he smiled encouragingly. In front of the formation, someone had already noticed Su Yu and the others' arrival. Who are you? Li Guang's breathing was weak. He smiled bitterly and took out a token from his sleeve. It was simple and exquisite, filled with the aura of time. The words Li Guang were carved on it. Li Guang. That scum Li Guang. It's him. The shame of the family. Humph. After 100 years, he returned and was severely injured by someone. Only then did he return to the clan to seek protection. Shameless. Whoosh! The crowd quietened down as an old man with black and white hair in a Daoist robe walked out. His body emitted a terrifying aura, no weaker than Ruolan's. You wish to seek protection from the clan? The elder looked toward the horizon, his tone emotionless. It was as if he was facing a stranger, not a member of the same clan. Li Guang's breathing was weak as he nodded. The elder said coldly, "Do you think you have the right to enter the Li family?" Many of the Li family members shot him hateful gazes. Because of Li Guang, the Li family had to bear the brunt of infamy. Li Guang shook his head with difficulty. No. I, Li Guang, have sinned my entire life. I have brought shame to the clan. I have no face to return to the clan. Then why are you here? The elder asked coldly. Li Guang pushed Su Yu forward, his body turning limp as he knelt on the ground. His head drooped and his eyes were heavy, about to close forever. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Li Guang said weakly, "Please, let him in, Holy King." Su Yu knelt on the ground, looking at Ruolan, his heart burning with hatred. Why did she have to hunt down an elder? The elder rejected coldly, outsiders are forbidden from entering the Li family. Please return. He turned and left. Thump! A dull thud came from behind them. Looking back, Li Guang's head was knocked heavily on the ground. His left hand was clenched into a fist, and his voice was filled with sorrow. Using the last of his strength, he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Please. Let him in. On account that I was once a member of the Li family, with this kneel, heaven and earth stopped, time and space cried out. With this kneel, countless sorrowful cries reverberated throughout the land. In the final moments of his life, all Li Guang could do was protect Su Yu. His hoarse voice, desolate cry, and sorrowful emotions. How could he still be the peerless Holy King who stood at the peak of the Shenyu continent? Su Yu's eyes were red and swollen. He looked at the cold Li family members and said sorrowfully, "Holy King, don't beg them. I, Su Yu, will die. I will not allow the Holy King to kneel for me." Li Guang raised his head again, kowtowing heavily. Thump, his voice was hoarse and sorrowful. "I beg you, let me die. Don't let him die. I beg you." Hearing the sorrowful cry reverberating through the silent mountain, the Li family members were stunned. The elder in the Taoist robe was silent for a moment. Without turning his head, he calmly said, "Open the gates. Should we leave Su Yu alone, or," before the elder in the Taoist robe disappeared, he coldly scolded, "A member of the Li family dying at the gates is a disgrace to our ancestors. Bring him in as well." The elders activated the spell and the two of them were brought in. At this moment, Ruo Lan descended. She looked at the spell, her brows creased. She paced outside the spell, unable to enter, unwilling to leave. In the backyard of the Li family, Li Guang was on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. He leaned against the wall, his eyes heavy, about to close. Blood no longer flowed from his wounds, because there was no more blood to flow. Holy King, Su Yu felt guilty. If not for him, Li Guang would not have been so heavily injured. The hideous injuries on his right arm and back helped him block the attack. Li Guang extended his trembling left hand, caressing Su Yu's head. He squeezed out a loving smile, his voice hoarse and weak. "Hey, it's all right. You'll be fine. I let you down." Li Guang's voice trembled. "Holy King, don't say any more. Your clansmen have gone to get the medicine." Su Yu's heart trembled, sorrow surging within him. Li Guang smiled, lightly shaking his head. "Don't be sad. I will die sooner or later. But before I die, I have to arrange your escape route." He trembled as he took out a token and a letter from his robes. The token was the Luxian token. The letter was addressed to the master of the Li family. "Give this letter to the master of the Li family. He will arrange for you to attend the disciple recruitment contest 5 days from now. You can enter the Luxian faction. Token, cough cough. Token, take it. If you have the chance to meet the master, I beg him to take you as a disciple, to prevent Han Ji from harming you." Su Yu's eyes were wet. It turned out that Li Guang had already prepared a letter for Su Yu. "With the token, I will definitely get the Luxian faction to investigate what happened back then, to prove the Holy King's innocence." Su Yu held the Luxian token, his heart filled with grief. This was Li Guang's lifelong wish. Li Guang slowly closed his eyes, weakly shaking his head. "There's no need. Leave it for yourself, to protect yourself. I can only do this much for you." Li Guang's eyes slowly closed, a desolate smile on his face. His lifelong regret had not been fulfilled. "Master!" Su Yu shouted to the heavens, his chest filled with grief, burning with hatred. Li Guang's desolate smile changed slightly, revealing a gratified smile. A barely discernible voice floated in the air. "You are finally willing to call me Master. That's great." Hihi, the last syllable disappeared from the world. The last breath in his nostrils was extinguished. Along with a body covered in blood and a gratified smile, the Holy King had quietly fallen. "Master!" Su Yu's voice trembled as he knelt on the ground, kowtowing. He had spent less than a month with Li Guang. But thinking back, it felt like it had happened just yesterday. After prostrating for a long time, Su Yu's eyes were red and swollen, traces of tears still visible. She slowly raised her head, and her red eyes were filled with coldness. His silver hair fluttered, his purple robe danced in the wind. The Li family realized that the mountain peak that never snowed was covered in snowflakes. Li Guang's body was covered in snowflakes. The snowflakes had melted, turning into ice, freezing his body. His serene smile was forever frozen. Su Yu kowtowed 3 more times, his cold eyes filled with calmness, but within that calmness was an indescribable killing intent. "Master, your disciple swears to the heavens that I will take the head of your enemy and clear your name." Su Yu looked up at the snow-filled sky, swearing to the heavens and space. Han Ji, Ruo Lan. If he did not kill them, Su Yu would never be at peace. 5 days later. Luxian faction disciple recruitment competition. Han Ji. Ruo Lan. I, Su Yu, will take your heads one step at a time. Su Yu clenched his fists, roaring in his heart. Chapter 101. The old man stood outside the courtyard and glanced at Li Guang's frozen corpse before leaving indifferently. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he followed closely behind. Are you the Li family's master? Su Yu asked. The Daoist-robed elder's expression was indifferent. What is it? Su Yu took out the letter that Li Guang had given him before his death. On the snow-white envelope, there were blood-red finger marks. The middle-aged man in Daoist robes opened it and looked at it. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, I got it." When he finished speaking, he left coldly. At night, Su Yu was sitting cross-legged in his room. A servant of the Li family came to inform him, "Mr. Su, the master has invited you over. Please follow me." After a while, the younger generation of the Li family gathered in the meeting hall. The youngest was 15 years old, and the oldest was no more than 20. However, his cultivation was shocking. The weakest among them was a 15-year-old youth who had reached the upper tier of the 9th heaven. The strongest among them was a 20-year-old young man. His body was faintly discernible and was surrounded by spiritual energy. His cultivation had actually reached the level of a half-step holy king. These 10 youths could sweep away all the peerless geniuses of Shenyu Island in the past 100 years. 5 days later, it will be the time for the Luxian faction to recruit disciples from the outside. All of you must bring glory to your family. Strive to raise the ranking of the family among the 100 vassal clans of the Luxian faction. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe ordered coldly. Yes, Patriarch. The youths were excited and eager to give it a try. The Luxian faction had 100 vassal families. The Li family was one of them, ranked 30th. However, even if he was only ranked 30th, he would still be able to sweep away all the proud geniuses of the mystic moon continent in the past 100 years. How many dazzling geniuses would there be in the entire 100 races? What kind of colossus was the Luxian faction? How difficult would the recruitment competition be? If you can successfully become an outer sanctum disciple of the Luxian faction, you will be rewarded with 3 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. If you can successfully become an inner sanctum disciple of the Luxian faction, you will be rewarded with a medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixir and the right to be the next master of the family. The young man's eyes shone brightly. The rewards for entering the gate were extremely generous, causing one to be extremely envious. Especially after becoming an inner disciple, one could even become a candidate for the Patriarch. Tomorrow, we will depart for the Luxian faction. Today, all of you better prepare yourselves. The middle-aged man in the Daoist robe said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, 11 jade bottles flew toward each of the youths. One of them flew toward Su Yu. Su Yu was puzzled. Did he have one as well? Inside the jade bottle was a light blue pill that emitted a peculiar fragrance. With a light sniff, his body seemed to have become much clearer and more ethereal, which was amazing. Low-grade marrow cleansing pill. One pill could only be taken during festivals. For this competition, an exception would be made. What a pleasant surprise. If a martial artist consumes it, it can purify his physical body and weaken the barrier to break through to the Saint King stage. If a Saint King consumes it, it can also improve his physical body and raise his physiological limits. It is extremely valuable and hard to find even with money. Su Yu was shocked. Was the marrow-cleansing elixir so precious? After the clan head left, the youths in the room were indescribably excited. Suddenly, a few gazes landed on Su Yu, landing on the low-grade marrow-cleansing elixir in his hand. That's strange. He's not a member of my Li family. It's one thing for him to participate in this meeting, but he's actually given a marrow-cleansing pill, a young girl coldly said. Obviously, it was annoying for outsiders to share what belonged to them. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He turned a deaf ear to it and strode away. Stop right there. If you leave the marrow-cleansing pill behind. A level 9 peak youth walked over quickly, blocking Su Yu's path and provoking him. Su Yu lightly shook his head. You're no match for him. Move aside. An outsider dares to be so arrogant in the Li family. The level 9 peak youth sneered, casually throwing a punch at Su Yu's chest. Slightly impatient, Su Yu raised his finger and tapped on the youth's fist. Hiss, the youth reacted as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly retracted his hand, shaking off the stinging cold fist. He angrily said, "What cold hidden weapon did you use? Despicable." Again. At that moment, with many juniors of the same clan watching, the youth did not want to lose face. He humphed angrily and threw another punch. "Stop, you're no match for him." A cold and resolute voice was brief but powerful. Hearing this, the youth's eyes were filled with respect. He immediately withdrew his fist, but he was slightly dissatisfied. "Big brother Konghui, you underestimate me. I was only injured by a hidden weapon. My cultivation level is higher, how could I lose to him? You didn't even notice the opponent using a top deity level technique. It would be strange if you could defeat him," Li Konghui reprimanded as he strode forward. His body was thin, his face was resolute, and he had short hair. His eyes were like a tiger's, fierce and full of spirit. He was the genius who had surpassed level 9 peak and was half a step into the Holy King realm. Top deity level technique? Him. Many juniors were slightly shocked and stopped underestimating Su Yu. It was not rare for someone to have mastered a top deity level technique. What was rare was that Su Yu was so young. His level of comprehension was not low. The crowd looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Among them, many felt confident that they could defeat Su Yu. However, a level 9 upper tier with a top deity level technique meant that his abilities were passable. Other than level 9 pinnacle cultivators who had cultivated deity tier cultivation techniques to perfection, and half-step Holy King Li Konghui, who could easily defeat them, the others would have to expend some effort. Making a fool of himself in public was a small matter, but being scolded by the elders who rushed over upon hearing the news was a big matter. "Can I leave now?" Su Yu calmly asked. Li Guang had fallen, but there was still a knot in his heart that had not been resolved. He was not in the mood to get entangled with them. Li Konghui placed his hands behind his back and nodded his chin. "My Li clan's pills are distributed to outsiders, and it would be difficult for our clansmen to accept it. However, on account of Li Guang, you can accept it this time. However, there will be no next time. My Li clan isn't a charity, and we can't be charitable in the long run. Alright, if you understand, you can leave now." Li Konghui's tone was as if he was giving alms. Su Yu's expression was calm. He took out the elixir and stuffed it into the hands of the level 9 peak youth who had asked for it before. He then left with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Guang kowtowed and begged. To Su Yu, the Li family was already doing him a favor that the Li family was unwilling to give. Accepting charity once was enough. If he accepted it a second time, perhaps it would be difficult for him to stand up again. Everyone was stunned for a moment. He only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. If brother Li Niu asked for it, he would help. If brother Konghui asked for it, he would immediately shrink back like a tortoise. I don't think so. He probably has a strong ego and felt insulted, so he returned the pills. Now, he must be feeling pain in his heart, wanting to save face even if he had to. Su Yu's refusal to give alms had obviously caused the Li family disciples to feel bad. Li Konghui creased his brows and shook his head. Arrogant, he won't amount to much. Returning to his room, Su Yu was shocked to find a jade bottle and a jade box on the table. Inside the box was a light blue pill, a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Within the jade box were 2 crystal membranes the size of fingernails. Beside it was a note. First, the pills are not alms. Li Guang willingly removed his name from the Li family in exchange for 3 items. First, the marrow cleansing pill. Second, the right to participate in the Luxian faction recruitment contest. Third, the eye concealment membrane. These are all prepared for you, whether you accept them or not is up to you. Second, Li Guang was wrongly accused. He was righteous, the one who committed the crime was definitely not him. But I care about the Li family. Even though I know Li Guang was wronged, I cannot go against the Luxian faction. If you have the chance, please cleanse Li Guang's injustice. Thirdly, in the past, Li Guang should have been punished for his crimes and executed. However, the second elder of the Luxian faction protected him and he was spared from death. He was then sent to Shenyu Island. If you are fated, you might be able to seek his protection. Even though the note was not signed, it was undoubtedly written by the master of the Li family. Even though he knew Li Guang was wronged, Hanji was powerful. As a dependent family, the master of the Li family did not dare express his anger. He did not even dare get too close to Li Guang, who had just returned 100 years ago. 100 years of family was right in front of him, but he pretended to be a stranger, causing Li Guang to die alone. How sad and helpless was that? Holding the marrow cleansing pill, Suyu felt sad. Li Guang had already prepared an escape route for Suyu before he met Ruolan. The price was to be removed from the family. His existence was a stain on the Li family. To be removed from the family was exactly what many of the Li family members wanted. But to a person who had wandered the land for 100 years, wasn't returning to his home after his death the ultimate goal of his life? For Suyu, he was willing to give up his home. Being removed from the family meant that he had lost the right to be buried in the Li family tomb. Suyu was moved as he placed the 2 crystalline membranes into his eyes. His abnormal purple eyes were hidden. The seal of time that he could not control was also temporarily sealed. There was no need to intentionally close his eyes. Li Guang had even considered this for Suyu's sake. Suyu quickly consumed the low-grade marrow cleansing pill. As the pill entered his body, the miraculous effects spread throughout his limbs. His body felt as if it was being cleansed by pure water, washing away the impurities in his body. An hour later, a faint stench was expelled from his pores. The stench and stickiness were the impurities in his bones, flesh, and blood. They were the impurities from years of eating and breathing. They settled in the body, preventing the human body from harmonizing with nature. After removing the impurities, Suyu's body was clear, as if he had returned to his mother's body. His body was clear and in harmony with nature. At a glance, Xiao Chen's mental appearance seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Based on his intuition, his physiological limits had changed, becoming closer to the constitution of a holy king. Furthermore, the pill contained a powerful energy that pushed Suyu's cultivation level to level 9 peak. As expected of the marrow cleansing pill. It is only a low-grade pill, but it is already so shocking, Suyu muttered. He could faintly feel a powerful energy in the air. That was spirit energy. Sensing spirit energy was the first step. Absorbing spirit energy was the second step. If he could absorb spirit energy, he could successfully enter the realm of Half-Holy King, which was Li Konghui's realm. Suyu was currently at the first step, only a step away from Half-Holy King. If I can get another 10 low-grade marrow cleansing pills, I should be able to enter the realm of Half-Holy King, Suyu muttered. He then shook his head and laughed at himself. If Suyu knew that 10 low-grade marrow cleansing pills could help him enter the realm of Half-Holy King, how could the Li family not know? But each person was only given 1 pill. This meant that the Li family only had 10 pills a year. To be able to get one was already a blessing. The next day, the team set off. But before they set off, Suyu asked for Li Guang's body. He could not be buried in the Li family. To avoid being abandoned by the Li family, Suyu arranged for him to be buried on a desolate hill outside the Li family. Suyu knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Master, I will not return until I take the heads of Hanji and Ruolan." In his heart, Suyu had another wish. He wanted to rebury Li Guang's body in the family. Li Guang had been alone for 100 years, he should not be alone after his death. The 11 of them set off for the Luxian faction. The Li family master, the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe, led the team. Along the way, the Li family juniors chatted, exchanging their experiences and sparring. Suyu, on the other hand, was alone, and was intentionally neglected by the Li family. A few days later, arriving at the Luxian faction, a magnificent sight unfolded before them. Among the mountains, there were majestic palaces, rising and falling, vast and boundless. Pavilions and towers floated in the air, like a celestial palace. Spiritual beasts galloped through the air. Occasionally, There were celestial figures flying through the air. Countless first-timers were deeply shaken. The scene before them was like an ancient myth. At this moment, there were close to 1,000 martial artists gathered in front of the Luxian faction. The top 10 geniuses of the 100 vassal clans had all arrived. Su Yu. A sharp scream came from not far away. Chapter 102. Su Yu tilted his head to look. It was Liu Guang. He was following a short and fat youth, smiling apologetically to maintain order. The short and fat youth was about the same age as Su Yu, but his cultivation level had reached second-level Holy King, a 14-year-old second-level Holy King. Su Yu was slightly shocked. Li Guang and Xu Rong had trained for 100 years, but were only second-level Holy Kings. Even a genius like Li Konghui was only half a Holy King at the age of 20. Su Yu calmed himself down and retracted his gaze. He was thinking about how Xiana and Jingyu were doing. With their talents, they might have already been taken in as disciples by some powerful martial artist. The short and fat youth glanced at Su Yu. "You know him?" Hearing this, Liu Guang bowed so that he was at the same height as the short and fat youth, like a slave. He looked at Su Yu and curled his lips in disdain. "He's a genius from the same island as me. He was tested to have a worthless spirit and was abandoned on a deserted island. Somehow, he managed to come to the Zhenlong continent and sneak into the Luxian faction's disciple recruitment test." Hearing that it was a worthless spirit, the short and fat youth lost interest. Liu Guang's eyes flashed with viciousness as he whispered, "Senior Yuan Hu, his Li Guang's disciple." The short and fat youth's gaze suddenly froze, his lips forming an arc combined with his chubby face. Not only did he not look honest, he looked savage. Interesting. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. His gaze turned to Li Konghui and the rest. "What's your relationship with him?" The Li family disciples were shocked. They already hated Su Yu and immediately kept their distance. Li Konghui was cautious. "We're just strangers." "It's best if we're strangers. If you get involved with him, I'll make you beg for mercy." Finally, he glanced at Su Yu coldly. "It's best if you don't enter the Luxian faction. If you do, take care." With that, he swaggered off. Liu Guang's lips curled into a playful smile. That was senior brother Yuan Hu, the 10th elder of the sect. He's the new last disciple. One word from him and you will never be able to reincarnate in the sect. When he finished speaking, the corners of his lips curled up in a playful manner. "I almost forgot that a trash spirit like you doesn't even have the right to enter the sect. You don't even have the right to be suppressed by senior brother Yuan Hu. If you were on Shenyu Island, you might be able to call the wind and summon the rain, showing off your might. However, in the Zhenlong continent, you are not even considered as a lowly ant. The gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger." Kailar, a wisp of spiritual energy surrounded flowing light. After not seeing him for a month, he had actually broken through to first-level Saint King and become a true Saint King. Su Yu's expression was calm. "The gap between us is still the same. The Holy King realm is something a useless spirit like you will never understand. Just as well, we might meet in a spa later. I'll let you witness the might of a Holy King." Liu Guang pursed his lips in ridicule and left. Huchi, suddenly, a female figure flew above the 1,000 people, and 100 petals fell. A low voice came from the woman's mouth. 10 flower petals contain a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. It belongs to whoever manages to snatch it. The woman flew over like a celestial shadow, catching a glimpse of it. The crowd was seething. Apart from the top 30 families, not many vassal families had a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Even the top 30 geniuses rarely had a chance to obtain a marrow cleansing pill. Among the 100 flower petals, there were 10 of them. If he could get one, why not fight for it? Su Yu was tempted. Swoosh, using his superior eyesight, Su Yu looked up at the 100 flower petals. It looked like it was far away, but it was no different from the one in front of him. In an instant, Su Yu discovered that 3 low-grade marrow cleansing pills were bound to the flower petals. However, before the flower petals had even fallen, half-holy kings had already soared into the sky, flying through the air to snatch the pills. Half-holy kings, with their vital energy transformed into wings, were extremely fast. Li Konghui's eyes glowed as he soared into the sky, grabbing a flower petal with one hand, but there was nothing there. While he was secretly cursing his bad luck, a flower petal suddenly floated to his side, bound to a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Li Konghui's face lit up as he raised his palm to grab it. Rumble, however, at that moment, a swift and fierce palm strike struck his back. Li Konghui's internal organs shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back dozens of meters. "The pills are mine." A 15-year-old youth in black grinned. Li Konghui was furious, but when he looked at the other party's strength, his face was filled with fear. First-level Holy King, a 15-year-old first-level Holy King. Furthermore, Li Konghui recognized that this was the Wu family's genius, Wu Pangyun, the third-ranked family of the 100 vassal clan. Li Konghui did not dare to face him head-on, instead turning to look for the pills hidden under the other flower petals. Swoosh, swoosh, a ray of purple light flickered beside him. Moving swiftly, ignoring the flower petals around him, he accurately grabbed 3 flower petals. What was shocking was that each flower petal contained a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Su Yu did not hesitate, stuffing it into his robes. His gaze swept across the area and immediately discovered 2 more low-grade marrow cleansing pills that no one had noticed. Swoosh, he flew over and grabbed them in his palm, feeling delighted. While others were still trying to identify which flower petals contained low-grade marrow cleansing pills, Su Yu had already made his move. In a short moment, he had obtained 5 low-grade marrow cleansing pills. Su Yu's actions caught everyone's attention. He snatched 5 pills, someone exclaimed. His words caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Swoosh, swoosh, under the temptation of 5 low-grade marrow cleansing pills, no one could resist. 10 rays of light flew over. Su Yu smiled coldly. Good timing. Swoosh, the purple light was like a shadow, lingering in the air as it passed through a large group of people. His speed was comparable to a half-holy king's, with ease. "Ah, my elixir." He took it away. One of the half-holy kings who was besieging Su Yu was shocked. He had secretly obtained one and had clearly placed it in his robes. How could Su Yu have detected it? How could he have known that Su Yu's glance was as if he was right in front of him? How could he resist Su Yu's probing? There was a total of 10 low-grade marrow cleansing pills, and 6 of them had been obtained by one person, shocking everyone. In a split second, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Several half-holy kings were chasing a 14-year-old youth, running all over the sky. The 14-year-old youth was at ease, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, easily avoiding the encirclement. Whoosh, just as Su Yu was dodging the pursuers, a ray of black light suddenly flashed beside him like a phantom. A pair of cold eyes contained a hint of mockery. "Seeing that you have worked hard to collect 6 marrow cleansing pills for me, I will go easy on you." Boom, the giant palm, condensed with the power of a first-level holy king, crashed into Su Yu's chest. His attack was ruthless, causing serious injuries. There was no mercy to speak of. "The looting is over," an indifferent voice sounded. Dong, following that was the sound of a gong imbued with spiritual energy, shaking the entire area. Everyone present trembled. The vital energy in his body collapsed. The spiritual energy in his body was in disorder. His figure in the air was on the verge of collapse, about to fall. The half-holy kings' expressions changed as they flew to the ground. Several holy kings also swayed and fell to the ground. Wu Pangyun clenched his teeth. The palm in his hand was forcefully interrupted. He glared fiercely at Su Yu. "Consider yourself lucky." Su Yu's expression was calm. All the half-holy kings and holy kings returned to the ground with nervous expressions. Only Su Yu was not affected by the gong in the slightest. He slowly floated down, stunning everyone. Several holy king disciples could not help but be astonished. How could they know that Su Yu's ability to float in the air was not due to his vital energy transforming into wings? It was merely a result of his top-class lightness cultivation technique. Even if he did not use his movement techniques, it was enough to astonish thousands of heaven rulers. Out of a total of 10 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs, Su Yu had obtained 6. How domineering, how breathtaking. Purple robes, silver hair, and a different temperament left a deep impression. In the crowd, Liu Guang was among them, his expression cold, still as arrogant as ever. However, it's fine if you're arrogant on Shenyu Island, but you're arrogant on Junlong continent. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Su Yu floated back down, quietly standing outside of the Li family crowd. He turned a blind eye to the surrounding gazes. The Li family's genius juniors swallowed hard. 6 pills, a whole 6 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. Su Yu alone had obtained half a year's worth of the Li family's wealth. At that moment, some of the juniors wanted to curry favor with Su Yu and ask for one. But along the way, how could they neglect Su Yu? How could they make things difficult for Su Yu in the hall yesterday? Thinking back, they felt remorseful and were too ashamed to ask for it. Your luck is not bad. Li Konghui looked over coldly, giving a brief comment. But the Li family disciples realized that Li Konghui had lost his usual aloof composure and was instead filled with jealousy. They had all seen with their own eyes that the low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs that should have belonged to Li Konghui had been snatched away by Wu Pangyun. And Su Yu, whom they hated, had snatched 6 of them. It was no wonder that Li Konghui had lost his composure. Su Yu looked over indifferently, non-committally replying, perhaps. Arrogant from success. Li Konghui grunted. Su Yu's cold reply was a silent boast to him. Whoosh, the woman who had flown into the sky floated in the air, quietly standing in front of the crowd. Her expression was gentle, dignified, and virtuous. Even though she was over 40 years old, she still retained her charm and gentle temperament, causing the hearts of several youths to waver. Su Yu's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with murderous intent. She. Ruo. Lan. Su Yu hated Han Ji for causing Li Guang to be alone for 100 years. But the person he hated the most was Shi Ruolan. What Shi Ruolan had hurt was not Li Guang's body, but Li Guang's heart. Who could have imagined that after 100 years of suffering, it was all for a woman? In the end, all he got in return was her merciless betrayal and cold murderous intent. Su Yu's only goal in entering the Luxian faction was to take her head. As if she had felt his gaze, Shi Ruolan's gaze drifted over, calm and unperturbed. It was as if she had never chased after him and Li Guang with her bloody hands. Her red lips parted, her voice gentle and melodious. The first round of the recruitment test has ended. What? The test hasn't even started, how could it have ended? Not only were the disciples at a loss, even the elders leading the team could not understand. Shi Ruolan softly said, the first round of the test is to snatch elixirs and flower petals. The test is to test the competitiveness of the disciples. Snatching an elixir will get you 2 points, snatching a flower petal will get you 1 point. The rest of the people are all unqualified. Please come again in 5 years. What? Snatching the flower petals and elixirs is actually a test. And 900 people are directly eliminated. This time, even the elders were flustered. Every year, the Luxian faction's recruitment test would change, but it was always within the control of the elders. But this year's recruitment test, the inexplicable fight for the elixirs and flower petals had shut most of the people out. Their talents have not even been tested, why are they being eliminated? Some elders argued. Among them, there were too many juniors who had not even managed to snatch a flower petal. In fact, many juniors could not even fly into the sky, giving up on snatching and watching from the sidelines. Such a test was too dispirited. Shi Ruolan calmly shook her head. In this recruitment test, talent is secondary. Individual strength and competitiveness are the main points of the test. The faction master has decided. If you have any objections, you can enter the faction to ask. Although the elders were furious, they kept quiet out of fear. Argue with the Luxian faction master? Who would have such guts? One look from the Luxian faction master could turn them into ashes. Retracting her gaze, Shi Ruolan expressionlessly said, those who snatch the flower petals and elixirs, step forward. Whoosh, out of 1,000 people, only 90 people stepped forward. After all, many people had snatched a few flower petals, causing the others to lose their chance. The second test, individual strength. Shi Ruolan extended her jade-like finger, pointing at Su Yu. Step forward. Su Yu's heart was ice cold. She was using her position for personal gain to block him outside the Luxian faction? Good. Whoosh, Su Yu stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd. Shi Ruolan calmly said, "The rules of the test are to challenge 10 consecutive matches. The chosen opponent must not be weaker than you. If you cannot last 10 matches, you will be eliminated. The time limit is 2 hours. If you exceed 10 matches, the more you win, the more points you will get. The points will be stacked with the points obtained from snatching the flower petals and elixirs. Also, the person with the highest score will be rewarded with 5 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs and an exception to enter the faction's depository of scriptures." The crowd gasped. For such a test, not to mention the 2-hour time limit, just winning 10 matches in a row was extremely difficult. Unless one was at the peak of the same cultivation level, it would be impossible. However, the reward for the person with the highest score was shocking, not to mention how precious 5 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs were. The depository of scriptures of the Luxian faction contained many precious and incomplete cultivation techniques. This was something that the 100 vassal clans coveted. Their families did not have such a cultivation technique. The scripture depository was a place that only inner disciples could enter if they made contributions. How shocking would the rewards be? In an instant, the 90 geniuses were envious. The reward for the person with the highest score was too generous. Shi Ruolan calmly said, "The challenge begins. You can freely choose your opponent. Remember, you only have 2 hours. If you do not complete it, you will be eliminated." Su Yu's expression was cold. He was pulled out first to make it difficult for him to judge the abilities of the rest of the opponents and eliminate him first. The following contestants would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. After watching the battles, it was clear which of the same cultivation level were weaker. Su Yu was feeling his way through the river. If he was not careful, he might provoke a strong opponent of the same cultivation level. The possibility of him being defeated was high. Shi Ruolan, "I'll show you. I, Su Yu, will prove it to you." Su Yu extended his finger and pointed in a certain direction. The person he pointed at was a 19-year-old bearded youth. He was filled with battle intent. He took a step forward and grinned. "Challenge me? Haha, that's exactly what I wanted." But Su Yu's finger changed direction, moving in another direction and drawing an arc in the air. "I'm not challenging you." Su Yu calmly glanced at him. The bearded youth's expression froze, angrily grunting, "Aren't you toying with me?" Shi Ruolan lightly creased her brows. "If you do not choose your opponent in 3 breaths' time, you will be eliminated. 1. 2. Who said I did not choose my opponent?" Su Yu coldly said. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd. "Everyone within the arc of my finger, step forward. I will fight all of you alone." Shi Ruolan's expression froze. When his finger had moved, he had pointed at least 50 people, half of the crowd. Among them, there were more than 20 people who had the same cultivation level as him. One person challenging 20 people? How could he be so ridiculous and reckless? After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into laughter. Shi Ruolan creased her brows, indifferently saying, "Su Yu has disrupted the rules of the competition. Eliminated." Su Yu coldly looked back. "I'm sorry, I'm serious." Saying this, he swept his gaze across the 20 people. "This is the last time, step forward. I will fight all of you alone." Since he was going to be stunning, he had to be stunning to the end. If he remained unknown in the sect, sooner or later, he would be assassinated by Han Ji and Shi Ruolan without a trace. He might as well be high profile from the start and appear in the eyes of the higher-ups of the faction. If that was the case, Han Ji and Shi Ruolan would have to think twice if they were to play tricks on him. This was something Su Yu had considered carefully. Before he had a strong backing, exposing himself in front of others was the safest method. Hence, not only did he have to be arrogant, he had to be arrogant to the end. One person challenging 20 people, this was just the beginning. "I was too engrossed in my writing and forgot to upload the time. Sorry everyone, there is still the 3rd update at 8 in the evening." Chapter 103. The laughter in the hall gradually subsided and was replaced by bewilderment. "Are you serious?" Shi Ruolan repeated her question with a serious expression. The crowd gradually fell silent. Su Yu's eyes were clear, occasionally flashing with wisdom. He was not a ridiculous person. Could he be serious? Su Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I am not lying. After a moment of silence, the elders of the 100 vassal clans and the Sons of Heaven were in an uproar. Many of the elders secretly sized up Su Yu, exchanging glances with each other. Such confidence. Does he really have some ability? I don't know how much ability he has, but his tone and arrogance are rare. Which clan is he from? It looks like he is from the 30th ranked Li family. Master Li felt the strange gazes of the 100 vassal clans and felt a little bitter. Su Yu's boastful tone did not match with his calm and experienced appearance. After thinking for a moment, Master Li, who was well aware of Su Yu's situation, suddenly understood Su Yu's good intentions. To be exposed in front of everyone, he had no choice but to be high profile. While secretly praising Su Yu's quick-wittedness, he was also deeply worried. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Moreover, deliberately being high profile would inevitably incur the wrath of the masses. More importantly, did Su Yu have the ability to fight 20 people alone? Would it be too much? Li Konghui and the others also felt many people pointing at them, and could not help but feel angry. Ever since they had traveled with Su Yu, they had been inexplicably warned by Yuan who, then publicly embarrassed the Li family. Li Konghui's sharp eyes flashed with anger, his nostrils flared, disgraceful. Islanders from a barbaric island, frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you think the geniuses of the Zhenlong continent are at the level of a small island? Another Li family member was furious. Shi Ruolan looked at Su Yu, muttered to herself for a moment, then nodded. 1 against 20, you can, but if you lose, you will be directly eliminated. Su Yu coldly nodded, no problem. Shi Ruolan's slender finger swept across the group of people. Among you, those who are level 9 peak and above, step forward. Swoosh of those chosen, 19 were level 9 peak and 1/2 Holy King. All 20 of them stepped forward, their eyes filled with shame and indignation. One person fighting 20 people, such humiliation, it was simply unheard of. The half-step Holy King stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. 20 people against one person was already an unfair victory. He was just a half-step Holy King, so he was even more disdainful to make a move. He only had a calm expression on his face as he said, if you wanted to be in the limelight, congratulations, you've already done so. Next, you should consider how to face their anger. Su Yu took a step forward and slowly put down his hands that were behind his back. His expression was calm, like the calm waters of autumn and winter, without any ripples. Their anger can be extinguished with my fist. Arrogant. Did he really think he was something? Let's go together and fulfill his wish. A level 9 peak martial artist furiously attacked. Following that, the rest of the level 9 peak elites also made their moves. Iron Dragon Retreat. Guide the Country. Soul-snatching dance. There were close to 20 level 9 peak attacks in different forms and colors. In an instant, it was like a dazzling firework, dazzling and shocking. Su Yu stood in the middle, his eyes calm. Whoosh as the attack came, Su Yu's silver hair fluttered in the wind. His chest, where his heart was located, emitted a shocking chill. Dong dong, the sweeping snowflakes shattered into thousands of cold liquids that enveloped the entire area. Crack, creak, any drops of water that fell on his clothes immediately turned into ice. Not good. Circulate your vital energy to dispel the ice. After all, they were geniuses of the Zhenlong continent, experienced and knowledgeable. However, wherever Su Yu's heart went, everything turned into ice. The wind and snow fluttered endlessly. It took a lot of effort for the crowd to resist the ice. Whoosh, Su Yu's purple figure disappeared into thin air, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through the crowd. Anyone who was touched by the fingertip would immediately turn into an ice sculpture. Crack, wherever Su Yu passed, everything turned into ice crystals. Many geniuses wanted to find Su Yu and quickly finish him off. However, there were too many of them and their line of sight was blocked. In addition, they did not have any way to team up before this. Their formation was scattered and they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. When a few people surrounded Su Yu, More than half of them had already turned into ice sculptures. What's so great about relying on a secret technique? Try fighting us head-on. The remaining 4 level 9 peak elites looked at each other and swarmed forward. Su Yu's vital energy surged. The vital energy in his body turned into ice, protecting his side. At the same time, he used his fists and legs. 1 against 4, he had both offense and defense. Rumble, pitter-patter, even so, Su Yu was not at a disadvantage. On the contrary, every time someone collided with him, they were frozen into ice. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were frozen into ice sculptures. Finally, only you are left. Su Yu looked over indifferently. The last person was a half-holy king. It was a 17-year-old young man with handsome features. His face was calm and composed, and he was not the least bit affected by Su Yu's shocking combat power. Deity-level technique top class at the age of 14. You have good perception, and at the same time, you can control your ice technique freely. You are good at group battles. It is not without reason that you can take on many people alone. In short, your overall strength is not bad. There are not many level 9 peak elites who can defeat you. The half-holy king smiled as he gave a brief evaluation. Although it was a compliment, it was only a not bad. Wu Hao is my name. Remember it. The half-holy king had a faint smile on his face as he said in a relaxed manner. Su Yu was stunned for a moment before he replied politely, "My name is, I do not need to know your name, nor do I want to know it." Wu Hao smiled as he put down his crossed arms, "You are merely the first stepping stone in my assessment. I told you my name because I wanted you to remember who the person who defeated you was." Su Yu closed his mouth and nodded, "All right, I understand what you mean. Please make your move." Wu Hao pursed his lips into a smile, "Looks like you have already remembered my name. Step down." A drop in the ocean. Wu Hao raised his finger and pointed at Su Yu. A strand of natural energy gathered at the tip of Wu Hao's finger. It contained the faint scent of seawater, a sign of comprehension of the ocean. The azure blue light was shaped like the waves of the ocean. Su Yu faced it directly, as if he was a drop in the ocean, about to capsize. "Holy decree!" Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Ice and thunder feast." Su Yu raised his finger, the purple and white light fusing at his fingertip. Purple thunder and white ice, the fusion and feast of the two natural energies. Rumble, it was like a divine light that could destroy the world, crossing time and space. Creak, the purple and white light contained the power of destruction. It tore through the waves of the ocean and struck Wu Hao's chest. Ah, puff! Wu Hao was caught off guard. He let out a horrible shriek, spitting blood as he was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. He had actually lost to the nature holy decree that he was most proud of. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking over. "You are Wu Hao? I have indeed remembered your name. You are a good stepping stone." Wu Hao's face turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Wu Hao left the arena pathetically. The battle had ended. Within an hour, all 20 people had been eliminated. If anyone still doubted that Su Yu had relied on an ice cultivation technique, then his holy decree defeating Wu Hao was enough to prove that Su Yu had the ability to be arrogant. Who is this person from the Li family? Why haven't I heard of him? The elders exchanged glances, all of them surprised. Li Konghui was an outstanding talent of the Li family, but compared to Su Yu, he paled in comparison. For the Li family to bring Su Yu to the competition, it was clear that they had a close relationship. Could it be that he had married a daughter of the Li family? If that was the case, they would need to pay attention to Su Yu's future battles. The juniors went from initially laughing, to mockery, to reverence and worship. Purple robes, silver hair, hands clasped behind his back, standing in the middle of the arena. His facial features were handsome, his expression was romantic, and his temperament was noble and otherworldly. He was like a young deity from the celestial realm who had descended from the celestial realm. Many people were stunned as they stared at the pitilessly talented purple-clothed figure that had shocked everyone. Many youths of the same age, and even slightly older, felt inferior. Many young girls' eyes sparkled. 1 against 20 people, his unparalleled heroism was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Coupled with his noble temperament and fairy-like appearance, it was the first awakening of love for the ignorant young girls. Brother Konghui. A delicate voice entered Li Konghui's ears. Looking to the side, he saw a 16-year-old girl dressed in pink. She was beautiful, petite, and adorable, smiling as she walked towards him. Many of the youths had hidden love in their eyes. Their gazes followed her figure, involuntarily drifting. Chen Shui, who was ranked 10th among the 100 vassal clans, had the reputation of being the flower of the 100 vassal clans. She was beautiful, mischievous, and adorable, and was loved by many youths. Chen Shui. Li Konghui was a little embarrassed, overwhelmed by the attention. Although Chen Shui was adorable and lively, there were very few men who could get close to her. Li Konghui had feelings for her, and had tried to communicate with her, but Chen Shui was not interested, and they rarely talked. Now that Chen Shui had taken the initiative to talk to him, and even called him Brother Konghui, Li Konghui's heart thumped wildly. Feeling the countless jealous gazes from the surrounding people, Li Konghui's vanity was greatly satisfied. Chen Shui's footsteps were light, and a faint fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Hehe, Brother Konghui, are you treating me like an outsider? Just call me Shui. Chen Shui's lips curled into 2 cute dimples. Hearing this, Li Konghui's blood flowed faster, and his heart thumped uncontrollably. His face turned red, and his lips trembled. Shui. Chen Shui let out a soft grunt, and her snow-white face gradually blushed. Her eyes were filled with shyness, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Li Konghui in the eye. Brother Konghui, can I ask you something? Thump, thump, could it be that Chen Shui has feelings for me? The deep shyness and the blush on her jade-like face were signs of a young girl's heart budding. Speak, speak. Li Konghui's heart was in his throat, and his face was flushed red. Chen Shui's embarrassment deepened. She buried her head in her chest and said in a low voice, Brother Konghui, did that purple-robed young master marry into your Li clan? If not, could you introduce me to him? Boom! Li Konghui's head felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and his face turned stiff. His wildly thumping heart felt as if it had been splashed with a layer of ice water, and it completely froze, causing him to suffocate. Chen Shui, she had approached him to ask about Su Yu. Her face was filled with love and shyness, and it was not towards Li Konghui, but towards Su Yu. Shui. You. Li Konghui's mind was blank. The person he had a crush on had actually fallen in love with Su Yu, whom he looked down upon. This was difficult for him to accept. Chen Shui's face was completely red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. No. I did not, I just wanted to get to know him. Brother Konghui, please don't misunderstand. Even though she said that, how could her expression fool Li Konghui? Li Konghui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Reality was so cruel. My parents' impression of him seems to be very good. They were the ones who asked me to come. Chen Shui's voice became softer, and she shyly glanced at the Chen family. Her parents' eyes were filled with admiration as they sized up Su Yu, who was standing quietly with his hands behind his back. Puff. Chapter 104. Did that mean that Su Yu could become the son-in-law of the Chen family with just a nod of his head? From then on, he would be the flower of the 100 clans. The huge disparity made Li Konghui feel like his chest was about to explode. Ever since Su Yu had appeared, nothing had gone according to his wishes. Now, he had captured the heart of the girl he had a crush on. No, he had even captured the hearts of his in-laws. This was intolerable. The Li family had treated Su Yu so well, yet he was biting the hand that fed him. All right, I will introduce you two after this. Li Konghui clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Chen Shui smiled. Thank you, Brother Konghui, you are a good person. Grateful for Li Konghui's selfless help, Chen Shui's face turned red. She bit her lips and said shyly, Actually, my parents really like Brother Su Yu. They said that if it was possible, they would betroth me to him. If it's true, you must come to our wedding feast. The Chen family master had the intention of wooing Su Yu into their family. Poof, his parting words had once again stabbed him in the back. Su Yu. Li Konghui roared from the bottom of his heart, his hatred for Su Yu seeped into his bones. Su Yu had no idea what was going on. With an hour left, Su Yu continued to challenge many people at once. As time was limited, Su Yu tried his best to avoid challenging half-holy kings, but it was inevitable. In the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, Su Yu challenged 10 people. Among them was a female half-holy king. After defeating 10 level 9 peaks, only the half-holy king was left. It's your turn. Make your move. Su Yu silently calculated the time. There were still a few breaths left, not enough time to defeat her. My name is Chen Shuai. I admit defeat. The half-holy king stuck out her pink tongue and ran off the stage with a red face. Su Yu was stunned. This was the first time an opponent had admitted defeat. Even a level 9 peak would fight to the end despite knowing he was no match for her. The half-holy king before him had admitted defeat. Su Yu did not even have time to see her face clearly. Shi Ruolan tapped her finger on the gong, calmly announcing, Su Yu, 49 consecutive battles, 98 points. Previously, you obtained 6 elixirs and 5 flower petals, a total of 115 points. Next, you. Shi Ruolan casually pointed at Li Konghui. Li Konghui glared at Su Yu, then leaped to the center of the battlefield and pointed at a group of people. I challenge all 20 of you at the same time. Everyone was in an uproar. However, with Su Yu's outstanding performance, challenging 20 people at the moment was no longer enough to attract the attention of the crowd. Patriarch Li frowned deeply. Acting on impulse and impetuous, there was a reason why Su Yu was so arrogant. Li Konghui, on the other hand, was competing with Su Yu for the favor of a woman. The atmosphere was not as warm as he had imagined. Li Konghui was slightly disappointed, but when he turned his head to look, he was infuriated. Chen Shuai did not even look at the battlefield. Instead, she stood beside her parents and stared at Su Yu's silhouette in a daze. Su Yu. Filled with rage, Li Konghui's attacks were ruthless. Each and every one of his moves were bold and unrestrained. There was no logic to his advance or retreat, and he lacked composure. It's just a spar, yet you're so ruthless. Let's go. Li Konghui's unintentional action had angered 20 level 9 upper-tier experts. Li Konghui did not have Su Yu's techniques, which could counter group attacks. It was already difficult for him to deal with so many people at the same time. After enraging the other party, he found himself in an even more precarious situation. Dawn, after 2 hours, Li Konghui had only defeated 15 of the 20 people. Although he won, he reached the standard of 10 consecutive wins. However, there were many injuries on his body. His resolute face was swollen and bruised, and his clothes were torn. He was in a sorry state. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Konghui's battle was extremely forceful. And this was because there were no half-step holy kings among them. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would be defeated. When Chen Shuai saw this scene, she curled her lips. When she looked at the calm and composed Su Yu again, the admiration in her eyes deepened. Puff noticing Chen Shuai's expression, Li Konghui felt like vomiting blood. He challenged 20 people to compete with Su Yu and to prove to Chen Shuai that he could also challenge many people at the same time. He hoped that he could win back Chen Shuai's heart. Who would have thought that he would become Su Yu's contrast? Chen Shuai fell in love with him even more. After returning to the clan, you will reflect on your mistakes for half a year. Patriarch Li's face was gloomy. The reason why Su Yu could fight with ease was because he had mastered all the techniques he had learned. Moreover, his techniques had the effect of restraining group attacks. Firstly, Li Konghui did not have a brilliant movement technique, and secondly, he was not good at group attacks. Rashly going up on stage was simply embarrassing. It would also cause the Li family to lose face. Fortunately, in the eyes of outsiders, Su Yu was still considered a member of the Li family. Hence, the way they looked at the Li family was somewhat reserved. Patriarch Li sighed. It was ironic that they needed an outsider like Su Yu to maintain their reputation. Following that, Shi Ruolan continued to instruct several strong martial artists to go up on stage. Wu Pangyun, Liu Guang, and a beautiful and elegant 18-year-old girl were all first-level Holy Kings. As if provoked by Su Yu, they all chose to challenge multiple people at the same time. The Battle of the Holy Kings was an eye-opener. Among them, the beautiful girl seemed to have broken through to Holy King not long ago. In addition, she was not good at group attacks. She only defeated 55 people in 2 hours. Combined with the elixir she had obtained earlier, she obtained 112 points. Although Liu Guang had also just broken through to first-level Holy King, he came from the harsh environment of Shenyu Island. He had great potential and defeated 60 people. Combined with the elixir he had obtained, he obtained 122 points. The most astonishing was Wu Pangyun. Although he was also a first-level Holy King, the beautiful girl and Liu Guang could not compare to him. He defeated 70 people alone. Combined with the elixir he had obtained, he obtained a total of 142 points. Wu Pangyun had become the most dazzling existence. As expected of the Wu family, ranked third among the 100 vassal clans. Wu Pangyun's talent is extremely rare. That Liu Guang from the uncivilized island is also extraordinary. People who trained in such a barren land have extraordinary potential. Princess Yun Yang should not be underestimated. At the mention of Princess Yun Yang, many young people secretly glanced at her. Their eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Princess Yun Yang, 18 years old, was in the prime of her youth. She had a slim figure with exquisite curves. She wore a white dress that was spotless. It wrapped around her beautiful body, but it could not hide the fullness of her chest. Her slender waist could not be held. She was lovely, giving people the urge to embrace her. Her jade-like face revealed a soul-stirring beauty. Her skin was as white as snow. Under the clear light, it reflected a faint fluorescence. Her pair of bright eyes were like a clear mountain spring, clear and tranquil, untainted by dust. Her lips were red and her teeth were jade. Her face was flawless. At this moment, she stood there quietly. Time and space seemed to have quietened down for her. Elegant and noble, otherworldly and detached. The youths were dazed and lost, unable to extricate themselves from her infatuation. But after being reminded, they immediately retracted their gazes, trembling. Princess Yun Yang was the fiancée of a prince from the local empire. This prince was a cultivation genius. Last year, he had successfully entered the inner sanctum. His abilities were frightening. If anyone had designs on Princess Yun Yang, one could only imagine what kind of retaliation they would face. Su Yu heard the discussion and could not help but look at Princess Yun Yang curiously. She was quiet and elegant, otherworldly and aesthetically pleasing. In that instant, Su Yu had the illusion that he was looking at Xia Jingyu. But after a moment, he shook his head lightly and calmly retracted his gaze. Even though they looked alike, it was difficult to replace Xia Jingyu's position in his heart. Princess Yun Yang was also observing Su Yu. Naturally, she would pay attention to a talented 14-year-old boy who had shocked everyone with his skills. Su Yu's clear eyes made Princess Yun Yang, who had endured the covert gazes of countless men, feel a slight liking for him. Her lips pursed into a smile that could topple a city. The individual challenges have ended. Next, the top 100 ranking competition. Rules: the person with the lowest score will challenge the person with the highest score. If he wins, he will receive 1/3 of the challenged's points. If he loses, he will also give 1/3 of his points to the challenged. If it is a draw, the challenger will give 1/4 of his points to the challenged. After this battle, the total score will be tabulated. From now on, the person with the lowest score will challenge the person with the highest score. Many people had only 1 or 2 points. After some discussion, they nominated one person to begin the challenge. From the lowest to the highest score, the winner would continue to challenge the person with the highest score. If he lost, the person with the highest score would challenge the person with the highest score, Wu Pangyun. The entire process lasted for a long time. Finally, it was the half-holy king's turn. Chen Shui challenged Li Konghui, who had a higher score than her. With a smile, Chen Shui's 2 dimples appeared on her face. "Brother Konghui, can you let me win?" Looking at the pitiful Chen Shui, Li Konghui's heart was moved. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Chen Shui's whisper. If I admit defeat to brother Su Yu later, will he be grateful to me? He. These words enraged Li Konghui. Shui, sparring is heartless. Furthermore, the elders are watching. If I go easy, I might be reprimanded. Chen Shui pouted, her face full of displeasure as she made her move. Even if you win against me, won't you still lose to brother Su Yu? Li Konghui was enraged, forgetting his limit. Rumble. After just 3 moves, Chen Shui was not aware of her opponent's heavy hand and was struck in the shoulder. She groaned in defeat. With blood at the corner of her mouth, Chen Shui's eyes were filled with grievance. Her watery eyes were filled with tears as she turned and ran away, leaving behind an angry voice. I hate you. By the time Li Konghui regained his senses, it was already too late. This time, he and Chen Shui had no chance. Next, you will challenge the higher level, Shi Ruolan calmly announced. Li Konghui's gaze swept across the crowd. Before him, there were still a few half-holy kings. His gaze swept past them and landed on Su Yu. Can I jump to challenge someone of a higher level? Li Konghui clenched his teeth. Shi Ruolan followed his gaze and glanced at Su Yu, coldly nodding. Yes. That's great. I challenge Su Yu. Li Konghui was elated. In terms of individual combat ability, Li Konghui was confident that he would not lose to Su Yu. Su Yu, step forward. Shi Ruolan calmly said. Whoosh, the two of them flew to the center of the arena and faced each other. Su Yu. Die. Li Konghui let out a low roar and attacked. Su Yu was at a loss. Where did Li Konghui's hatred come from? Feeling the strong wind, Su Yu did not dare underestimate him. Piercing the long river, Li Konghui chased after him. A top-class deity-level cultivation technique was displayed. His palms drew a circle in the air, a strong energy swirling within. The piercingly cold energy field sucked in the surrounding sand and stones, fusing them into a whirlpool. Boom, pushing his palms forward, the whirlpool of energy swept out with an unparalleled force. It was as if the energy had pierced through the long river, mighty and unstoppable. Su Yu's eyes were cold. How could he be so heavy-handed? Ice and thunder feast. Su Yu raised his finger and a world-destroying divine light shot out. Poof, although the energy whirlpool was strong, it was still no match for Su Yu's ice and thunder feast. Boom, with a loud noise, the whirlpool, which had been fused with countless gravel, suddenly exploded. The gravel within shot out in all directions. Li Konghui, who was close by, was caught off guard and was hit by the rain-like gravel. Pooh! Li Konghui spat out blood as he flew backward. However, this was not the end of the attack. The remaining light from the ice and thunder feast destroyed Li Konghui's chest. With Li Konghui's defenseless state, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Not good. Su Yu's expression changed. His figure flickered as he grabbed a few gravel fragments and shot them out, extinguishing the remaining light. Whoosh, with a flash, Su Yu grabbed Li Konghui, who was about to fall to the ground. The younger generation of the Li family was not friendly to him. But if Li Guang were to know, he would not want his younger generation to be severely injured by Su Yu. Master Li's face was filled with relief and gratitude. However, at this moment, a scene that no one could have imagined occurred. Li Konghui's eyes turned serious. While Su Yu was holding him back, he struck his palm toward his head. This palm was fast and ruthless, coupled with the fact that it was a sneak attack, not to mention Su Yu, even a holy king would find it hard to defend against it. Die. Li Konghui had lost all reason, his mind filled with rage. Evil creature. Master Li's expression froze, his eyes filled with rage. Li Konghui actually repaid kindness with enmity, taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Everyone gasped. No one had expected Li Konghui to launch a sneak attack at such a crucial moment. But the distance was too great, no one could save him. But Su Yu, who was facing this palm, had an icy expression. Chapter 105. Infernal Demon Pupils. Su Yu shouted coldly. His eyes shot out a ray of black light straight into Li Konghui's mind. Li Konghui clutched his head and screamed as he fell to the ground, rolling around in pain. To ambush Su Yu at such a close distance, especially from the front, he really did not know how to spell the word death. Infernal demon pupils was practiced to the point that it was easy to injure someone's soul with just a thought. Master Li walked over with a gloomy expression, raising his leg and kicking Li Konghui's abdomen. With a scream, Li Konghui rolled on the ground and fainted on the spot. Master Li cupped his fists at Su Yu, looking ashamed. I have not taught my family well, it is my fault. I am fine, no worries. Su Yu waved his hand, his expression calm. Master Li's expression was ugly as he brought Li Konghui away. Feeling the strange gazes from the crowd, he felt humiliated. Even the juniors of the family who worshipped Li Konghui felt their faces burning with shame. Li Konghui's actions had brought shame to the family. Su Yu had won this battle. Just as Su Yu was about to challenge Liu Guang, Shi Ruolan announced, Su Yu wins. He has obtained a third of Li Konghui's points and 5 points, a total of 120 points. Next, Li Konghui will continue to challenge those above him. Su Yu did not have the right to challenge. Under normal circumstances, he would have to challenge those with lower scores. Liu Guang glanced at Su Yu, his lips curving into a mocking smile. You want to die? Su Yu's expression was calm as he calmly replied, I'll repeat what I told you before. Those who wanted me dead are all dead, and I'm the only one still alive. During the battle at the Forbidden Grounds, Liu Guang had thought highly of himself and suffered a crushing defeat. Su Yu had once said the same thing to Liu Guang. Now, a similar scene was playing out once again. Su Yu. Liu Guang was furious. Losing the battle of the century was a disgrace to him. Do you still think I am the Liu Guang of the past? As someone with a yellow class constitution who has broken through to the Holy King realm, you would never understand. With a faint smile, Su Yu did not comment as he quietly watched the battle. Pretending to be calm, when Princess Yun Yang challenges you, that will be the day you reveal your true colors. A useless spirit body dares to try and compete with us. Liu Guang snorted coldly. The battle between half-step holy kings was getting more and more exciting. Becoming a half-step holy king was due to the small amount of spiritual qi that one's body had absorbed. Even though it was weak and only contained a few strands of spiritual energy, when infused into the martial art, its might would increase by 30%. Su Yu could not help but feel envious. If a half-holy king was like this, then what about a real holy king? Sure, beside him, Princess Yun Yang floated down to the battlefield. Her figure was graceful, elegant, and noble. She faced the challenger, the strongest half-holy king, in a demure manner. Princess Yun Yang, please. The half-holy king's eyes were filled with deep reverence. Princess Yun Yang's expression was calm as she pointed her jade-like finger in the air. A wisp of spiritual energy emerged from his finger. Kailar, the spiritual qi, which contained a terrifying amount of energy, pierced through the void and shot toward the half-step holy king. Roaring tiger mountains and rivers. The half-holy king's expression suddenly turned serious. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. The sound wave swept out, shattered the mountains and rivers, and was so deafening that even the deaf could hear. Along the way, gravel and dust flew everywhere. Countless rocks could not withstand the sound wave and instantly shattered. The formless ripples contained a trace of weak spiritual energy and attacked the incoming spiritual energy. Thump, however, such a powerful sound wave was like a piece of paper in front of Princess Yun Yang's spiritual energy. The weak spiritual energy was far inferior to Princess Yun Yang's in terms of quantity and quality, and was instantly disintegrated. Fortunately, Princess Yun Yang had intentionally shot the spiritual energy to the side, and it only brushed past the half-holy king. Even so, the remnant of the spiritual energy still tore the clothes on the half-holy king's arm to shreds. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he spat out blood. If it had been a direct hit, wouldn't that attack have killed the half-holy king with a flick of a finger? Su Yu's gaze was serious. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had seen a holy king in action at such a close distance. Li Guang and Shu Rong had not made any serious moves. Shi Ruolan's cultivation level was too high, and it was difficult to accurately measure the difference between a holy king and a martial artist. Princess Yun Yang casually pointed at him, but Su Yu knew what was going on. The terror of the spiritual energy was far beyond his expectations. Princess Yun Yang wins. She has obtained 1/3 of her opponent's points, a total of 150 points. Please challenge the next person. Liu Guang had a playful expression. Su Yu, I look forward to your performance. Hey, Liu Guang. Step forward. Princess Yun Yang was elegant and dignified, lightly pointing her finger. Liu Guang's expression stiffened, pointing at Su Yu. In terms of ranking, Princess Yun Yang should have challenged him first. I do not like to bully the weak, a battle between you and me is more fair. Princess Yun Yang shook her head. After a moment of shock, Liu Guang was disappointed, nodding his head stiffly. All right, you and I will fight. He stood up and took a step forward. Before he left, he coldly said to Su Yu, count yourself lucky. Princess Yun Yang, please be careful. Liu Guang's expression was serious. Claw of the Divine Eagle. 5 fingers glowed faintly, like the claw of an eagle from the 9 heavens, tearing apart mountains and rivers. A wisp of spiritual energy surrounded the claw, giving off an oppressive feeling. Su Yu's expression turned serious. The spiritual energy was indeed terrifying. The same claw of the Divine Eagle, when used by a holy king, was not something a martial artist could compare to. Creak. Liu Guang's figure was as fast as light, flying toward Su Yu. With one claw, 5 after-images appeared, as if they had descended from the 9 heavens. They were as fast as lightning, shaking the air. 5 explosions overlapped. The power of the sound waves was ear-piercing, no less than the full power of the half-holy king's soundwave technique. Countless juniors watching the battle felt their hearts tighten, feeling the endless pressure. This was the power of the Holy King realm. Although Princess Yun Yang's gaze was serious, her demeanor and actions were still elegant. A storm is coming. Princess Yun Yang's white dress fluttered in the wind. Her fair, jade-like palm moved gracefully in front of her chest. Whoosh whoosh, a cool breeze appeared out of thin air, surrounding her delicate body. She cultivated a wind-based cultivation technique, allowing her to control the wind of heaven and earth. As her jade-like hand moved, the wind grew stronger. Countless water vapor gathered around her, forming a thin layer of mist. This technique was like the overturning of the clouds and rain. Creak, her jade-like hand moved gracefully. The strong wind swept up the water vapor, forming a sharp blade. After fusing with spiritual energy, it was like a divine weapon, capable of cutting through anything. The blade of wind and rain pierced through the air, colliding with the claw of the Divine Eagle. Boom! The powerful claw of the Divine Eagle actually showed signs of collapsing. His figure paused for a moment, but Liu Guang continued forward. Princess Yun Yang dealt with it gracefully, skillfully, and with ease. Light and shadow crisscrossed, rumbling incessantly. The overall abilities of the two were equally matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor. The exciting battle between the Holy Kings was an eye-opener for countless juniors. Such a battle was far beyond the level of a martial artist. Spiritual energy determined the insurmountable gap between a martial artist and a holy king, but as time passed, the subtle differences between the two were finally revealed. Princess Yun Yang's physical strength gradually weakened. On the other hand, Liu Guang was still full of energy, attacking and defending well, rich in experience. Not long after, Princess Yun Yang was finally at a disadvantage. Her defeat was only a matter of time. 100 moves have passed. According to the rules, Liu Guang wins. He has obtained 1/3 of Princess Yun Yang's points, a total of 170 points. Now, he will challenge the last person, Wu Pangyun. Shi Ruolan announced. The crowd was slightly startled. Shouldn't Su Yu, the one with the lowest score, continue to challenge the one with the highest score? Why should Liu Guang challenge Wu Pangyun? Shi Ruolan calmly explained, the final winner will challenge the last person, Su Yu, without harming the fairness of the competition. The crowd nodded in understanding. Shua Wu Pangyun flew to the center of the battlefield and sized up flowing light. His sinister eyes were filled with faint admiration. Not bad. Liu Guang was indignant. Make your move. Do you want me to let you make 1 or 2 moves first? Wu Pangyun said calmly. No need. I want to see how big the difference is between a lower first-level Saint King and a advanced first-level Saint King. Similar to the 9 heavens of the martial way, Saint Kings were also divided into initial success, advanced success, and peak stage. Wu Pangyun was a first-level upper-tier Holy King, 1 level higher than Liu Guang. Disparity. Liu Guang smiled darkly. The disparity is that in front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow. Liu Guang was ashamed and angry at such belittlement. That might not be the case. Godly Eagle Claw. Liu Guang channeled all his spiritual energy into the godly eagle claw. The eagle claw that could tear apart mountains and rivers was terrifyingly powerful. Kailar, in the blink of an eye, the stream of light attacked Wu Pangyun. The terrifying blow was about to pierce through Wu Pangyun's body. Countless juniors watching the battle felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, Wu Pangyun still had a faint smile on his face. The gap between the Saint King realms is far greater than the gap between the realms of martial arts. A small realm is also the difference between heaven and earth. Take my attack first. Liu Guang bellowed and attacked with all his might. Wu Pangyun shook his head mockingly. There's no need to make a move against you. 1 finger is enough. In the face of such a terrifying divine eagle claw, Wu Pangyun only stretched out a single finger. However, a chi that far surpassed flowing light twined around his finger. He tapped lightly on the divine eagle claw, and a scene that made everyone gasp appeared. Puff, the flowing light godly eagle claw suddenly collapsed, and a destructive force was transmitted from the claw to the arm. Rub, rub, rub. Liu Guang took a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. The difference between a lower first-level Saint King and an advanced first-level Saint King was so huge. In fact, he didn't even have the qualifications to force his opponent to make a move. Everyone stared at Wu Pangyun's invincible posture in shock. He was so terrifyingly powerful. Among the younger generation present, who could be a match for him? Wu Pangyun wins, obtaining 1/3 of his opponent's points, a total of 200 points. Next battle, challenge the last person, Su Yu. Shi Ruolan calmly said. Wu Pangyun's gaze turned and landed on Su Yu. His sinister gaze blossomed with coldness. Kid, looks like your luck has left you. During the fight for the elixirs, Su Yu had 6 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs in his hand. Wu Pangyun was about to snatch them, but Su Yu was lucky enough to wait until the fight was over. However, I'm not interested in winning against a small fry. I'll give you 3 moves, hurry up and make your move. Wu Pangyun lacked interest and was slightly impatient. This time around, he was fully deserving of being the king. He could obtain 5 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs, and most importantly, he could enter the depository of scriptures and come into contact with the rumored legacy-level cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, Su Yu flew to the center of the arena and calmly smiled. Give me 3 moves. Why would I need to give you 3 moves when I can deal with you with 1 hand? Su Yu disliked Wu Pangyun's overbearing and ruthless character, and did not hide his disgust in his words. These words shocked everyone present. Wu Pangyun was fully deserving of being the strongest in the assessment. Su Yu had actually declared that he could deal with him with 1 hand. If Su Yu was a first-level lower-tier Holy King, perhaps he would have had something to rely on for saying such words. However, a martial artist who had not even reached half Holy King had actually declared that he could deal with a first-level upper-tier Holy King with 1 hand. Chapter 106. The whole place was silent for a moment before it exploded. Where does this Li clan brat get his confidence from? How is it possible for a martial artist to challenge a Holy King? The elders were incredulous. The juniors were excited. Su Yu is so powerful that he can challenge a Holy King single-handedly. Is he really just a martial artist like us? Princess Yun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she stared at him elegantly. Liu Guang was stunned for a moment, then his lips curled into a mocking smile, frog at the bottom of a well. The prestige of the Holy King is not something a non-martial artist can challenge. The most shocked person was Wu Pangyun. After being stunned for a moment, his face gradually turned cold. Dealing with me with only 1 hand? What arrogance! A vicious look flashed across Wu Pangyun's face. Let me see where your arrogance comes from. Whoosh, with a flash of light and shadow, Wu Pangyun disappeared. When he appeared again, he was within 10 feet of Su Yu. A finger surrounded by frightening spiritual energy pointed at Su Yu's chest. Destroy. Pa, his fingers shuttled back and forth, leaving behind after images. By the time everyone realized what was going on, his finger had already touched Su Yu's chest. Everyone was terrified. Wasn't this finger going to severely injure or even kill Su Yu on the spot? Crackle, however, at that critical moment, Su Yu, the martial artist, did something that many people could not understand. He didn't dodge. Instead, he used his palm to block the attack. Such a terrifying amount of spiritual energy was enough to blast his palm into smithereens, permanently crippling him. Bang, however, the palm and the finger shadow intersected. The tragic scene of flesh and blood splattering in his imagination did not appear. Instead, a deafening roar shook the heavens. It was as if heavenly thunder had descended, shaking the entire sky. The earth trembled and the sky cried. Everyone was caught off guard, and their hearts twitched violently. With them as the center, the berserk energy radiated in all directions. In an instant, smoke and dust surged and waves of air surged like rainbows. It was like a magnificent army galloping over. When the dust settled and the world became clear, a shocking scene appeared. Su Yu stood at his original position quietly. His silver hair and purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was safe and sound. On the other hand, Wu Pangyun. He retreated 5 steps, the sleeve of his right arm completely torn apart. Wisps of purple thunder flames continued to burn. His exposed arms were badly mutilated, especially his palms, which were charred black. His facial features were contorted due to the intense pain, but he couldn't hide it. His face was filled with shock. Legacy cultivation method. Wu Pangyun was extremely shocked. A legacy-level technique that could only be obtained in the Luxian faction had actually appeared in the hands of a martial artist like Su Yu. Patriarch Li was shocked. How could it be a legacy cultivation technique? It was difficult to imagine that a junior from a barbaric island actually possessed a heaven-defying inherited cultivation technique. Princess Yun Yang's red lips parted slightly. Her elegant face was filled with deep surprise. The mockery in Liu Guang's eyes froze, and was gradually replaced by confusion, shock, and jealousy. That move is actually a legacy technique. In the past, Su Yu had used this palm to launch a sneak attack on Shu Rong. At that time, he was at the Flowing Light Realm and had yet to see the origin of the Purple Star Thunderbolt. Now that he heard Wu Pangyun's shock, he felt relieved. His previous defeat was not undeserved. It's a legacy cultivation technique that even I find difficult to obtain. He actually obtained it long ago on Shenyu Island. Liu Guang's heart was filled with jealousy. After entering the Luxian faction, he understood that even if he broke through to the Holy King realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to borrow and read the remnant volumes of legacy-level techniques. Like Yuan Hu, a 14-year-old second-level Holy King, he was barely qualified to borrow and read it under the recommendation of the faction elders. This was because to borrow and read a legacy-level technique, one needed to have contributed to the faction. Usually, only the senior disciples could do it. Shi Ruolan's gentle eyes slightly shrank. He actually possessed a legacy-level technique. Was it imparted by Li Guang? No, even the Luxian faction did not have such a technique. On the battlefield, Su Yu's palm gently clenched and stretched again. A purple light flashed. A purple lotus flower, quiet and beautiful, charming all living things. It rotated slightly in his palm, like a beauty that could topple cities. Traces of destructive thunder flames were contained within. He raised his eyes and glanced at Wu Pangyun. I said, I only need one hand to deal with you. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Whoosh! Su Yu flashed and took the initiative to attack. Wu Pangyun's expression changed greatly. Where was his arrogant demeanor from before? Moon-splitting palm. Deity-level cultivation technique top class. His entire body's spiritual energy was crazily infused into it. The palm wind was swift and fierce, infused with spiritual energy, its power skyrocketing. The shadow of the palm was like thunder, its momentum impressive, wrapped with the power to destroy the stars and moon. Not only did Wu Pangyun attack, he attacked with all his might. POW, a deafening roar shook the heavens. The ultimate collision of legacy-level technique and the full power of a holy king. Suyu took a few steps back, his palms stinging. Wu Pangyun also took a few steps back, his palms unbearably hot. The battle between the two was evenly matched. Although the legacy-level technique is strong, the user has yet to become a holy king, so its power is mediocre. The crowd silently nodded. The power of the legacy-level technique was definitely not limited to this. Under normal circumstances, a holy king with a legacy-level technique would be able to defeat a holy king without a legacy-level technique. Again, Wu Pangyun was anxious for the first time. The depository of scriptures was right in front of him. Perhaps it was about to slip away. Boom! Suyu calmly attacked, battling with Wu Pangyun. The sound that shook the heavens was incessant, until the crowd became numb. It was hard to tell who was better in the battle between the two. After 100 moves, there was still no clear winner. After 100 moves, the two are evenly matched, so it's a draw. The challenged gets a quarter of the challenger's points. Wu Pangyun had a total of 200 points. Suyu had a total of 120 points. With a quarter of Wu Pangyun's points, he had a total of 170 points. As for Wu Pangyun, he was left with 150 points. Suyu's points were slightly higher than his opponent's by 20 points. In the individual competition, the highest scorer is Suyu. The rewards are as follows: 5 low-grade marrow cleansing elixirs, an exception to enter the depository of scriptures. Master Li's expression was cold as he secretly sighed. Li Guang, you have indeed taken in an amazing disciple. Suyu had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, establishing his title as the king of the assessment. Possessing a legacy-level technique and successfully cultivating it, it was enough to show that Suyu's perception was nature-defying. After all, just comprehending the legacy-level technique alone would require 5 years for a talented person. Usually, youth started to gain enlightenment at the age of 13. Suyu was only 14 years old, yet he had succeeded in comprehending the legacy-level technique within a year. His perception was terrifying. The 100 vassal clans were secretly envious. If such an outstanding person could be taken in by the clan and nurtured, he would definitely become a strong backing for the clan in the future. Master Li, how have you been? A dark-faced man politely walked in front of Master Li and chatted with him. The Li family is extraordinary. To have produced such an outstanding person, congratulations. Another green-robed elder appeared. Soon after, several elders came to chat, intentionally or unintentionally. Master Li was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the crowd. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Many of them were from the top 10 families. In the past, they had never bothered to make friends with the Li family. Now, in order to inquire about Suyu, they had condescended to understand the situation. Among them, Master Chen was the most eager and direct. Master Li, is Suyu betrothed? To tell you the truth, my daughter's heart belongs to him. I hope Master Li can grant her wish. The elders secretly cursed the old fox for using his precious daughter to bind Suyu. Not only did he obtain a heaven ruler, he also conveniently obtained a legacy-level technique. One must know that none of the 100 vassal clans possessed this legacy-level technique. But they were helpless. Chen Shui-er was beautiful and was the flower of the 100 vassal clans. In addition, the Chen family was not weak. Master Li thought for a moment. Suyu's influence was weak. Could he use this opportunity to marry Suyu into the Chen family? Thank you for your love, but I am already betrothed. Suyu hurried over, cupping his fists in respect. Betrothed? Master Chen felt it was a pity. If such an outstanding person had been discovered, he would have been roped in long ago. Why would he wait for them? Disappointed, he returned to console Chen Shui-er. Chen Shui-er's body trembled as she cried. As the news spread, many young ladies who were secretly in love with Suyu felt sad. If possible, I hope that you can take care of the Li family's juniors for Li Guang's sake. Master Li pleaded in shame. 3 of the juniors of the Li family had passed the test and could enter the outer sanctum. Su Yu nodded. Sure. Master Li was overjoyed, pushing the 3 juniors forward. Su Yu had some impression of the 3 juniors. Their attitudes towards him were not friendly. Greetings, Senior Su Yu. At this moment, the 3 juniors were nervous in front of Su Yu. When they faced Su Yu, it was as if they were facing an unreachable elder. They could barely breathe and were extremely obedient. Su Yu nodded. In the future, as disciples of the faction, we will help each other. Thank you, Senior Su Yu. The 3 juniors were elated. With such a strong martial artist taking care of them in the future, their lives in the outer sanctum would be much better. Thinking back to the past, the 3 juniors felt ashamed. Their faces were red as they bowed. Sorry, Senior Su Yu, in the past, it's fine, follow me. The faction is about to arrange the matters after the test. Su Yu waved his hands, returning to the center of the battlefield. Out of 100 disciples, 50 had been eliminated. Only 50 had passed. The cruelty of the test was evident. After passing the test, they would settle down in the faction and train in peace. Su Yu clenched his fists. After entering the Luxian faction, he would make use of all the resources and train hard, until the day he could take Han Ji and Shi Ruolan's heads and deliver them to Li Guang's grave. The 3rd round of the test, the final test, begins, but what shocked the crowd was that Shi Ruolan calmly announced the 3rd round of the test. Isn't the test over? Why? Countless elders felt that it was absurd. The test was already inexplicable, and now there was a 3rd round of the test. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Shi Ruolan was expressionless. The faction master has decided. If you have any objections, you can discuss it with the faction master. If you have no objections, quietly listen to what I have to say. The crowd was silent. Su Yu and the other disciples who had passed the test were deeply surprised. Why was there another final test? The final test, practical test. Shi Ruolan calmly said. The coastal city has been harassed by pirates. Your test is to annihilate them all. Wu Pongyun's expression was calm. May I ask, which pirate group is it? Pirates ran amok in the vast sea. There were countless small and large groups of pirates. Sea Wolves pirates. Shi Ruolan calmly announced. What? Is the Luxian faction crazy? Oh. An elder was furious, but immediately realized he had lost his composure and immediately shut his mouth. However, many of the elders simultaneously revealed expressions of righteous indignation. Su Yu's heart trembled. Could the Sea Wolves pirates be extraordinary? It's them. Wu Pongyun's pupils shrank, his face filled with fear. The Sea Wolves pirates whose weakest member is a half-holy king and the strongest is a second-level holy king? Clan Master Shi, may I ask, is the Sea Wolves pirates you mentioned just the same name as what I said? Shi Ruolan calmly shook her head. It is the Sea Wolves pirates. Your test is to annihilate them all and leave no one alive. If you do not achieve your goal, everyone will be eliminated. Wu Pangyun was indignant. This is simply too much. With our Holy King abilities, including Su Yu, there are only 4 of us. But the Sea Wolves pirates have more than 100 half-holy kings, more than 10 first-level lower-tier holy kings, 2 upper-tier holy kings, and 1 peak holy king. Furthermore, the mysterious pirate leader is said to have the strength of a second-level holy king. If the 4 of us go, wouldn't we be courting death? Even if several second-level holy kings joined forces against the Sea Wolves pirates, they might not be able to annihilate them all. How was this a test? It was clearly a disguised form of elimination. Although Shi Ruolan's voice was gentle, it did not allow for dissent. You have 2 choices. First, accept the test. Second, be eliminated now. Her gaze lightly glanced at Su Yu. If you are afraid of death, you can choose not to come. His gaze swept past Su Yu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Su Yu's heart trembled. Was this a deliberate obstacle for him? Shi Ruolan obstructed Su Yu from entering the Luxian faction in order to cut off his future and deprive him of space to grow. Such an action had instead made Su Yu rebellious. He had risen from humble beginnings. What kind of desperate situation had he not encountered? Back when he was only a level 5, he had dared to break into the evil forest and confront the level 9 Slayer King. Now, what was there to be afraid of? Why wouldn't I agree? Suyu, accept the test. Suyu took a step forward, his eyes calm. It was an impossible task, but Suyu had to give it a try. Nirvana in a desperate situation, rise up from humble beginnings. Suyu had been like this all along. Chapter 107. What a madman! Wu Pangyun shouted coldly. Despite knowing how terrifying the Sea Wolves pirates were, they still chose to do so. Other than a madman, no one would do that. But deep down, Wu Pangyun was ashamed and angry. Suyu's awe-inspiring fearlessness brought out the timidity in his heart. Liu Guang clenched his teeth and stared at Suyu. He felt that Suyu was an eyesore. Princess Yunyang was moved for the first time. She did not understand what was more important to Suyu than his life, to the point that he would not hesitate to do so. Even Master Li, who understood Suyu's intentions, could not help but tremble. His eyes became moist. Li Guang, with such a disciple, what else can you ask for in this life? For the kindness of the past, for killing the enemy with his own hands, for the oath he made in front of the corpse. To think that Suyu was so despicable. Even though he knew he was going to die, he still wanted to fight to the death. Shi Ruolan's delicate body trembled slightly. Her ears seemed to reverberate with the desolate and indignant oath that came from the Li family that day. Suyu's determination to face thousands of people and his killing intent, which he would not regret even if he died, merged with Suyu's determination, causing Shi Ruolan's heart to tremble for the first time. A trace of panic spread through his heart. She had a feeling that she would die at Suyu's hands one day. Have the rest of you decided? Shi Ruolan restrained her inner emotions and asked calmly, accept the assessment or be eliminated. Several elders rushed over and brought back the younger generation of the clan. They were indignant. We hope that the clan's younger generation can enter the sect to further their studies and not seek their own destruction. Are you not afraid of disappointing the 100 vassal clans with your actions? Shi Ruolan said lightly, I can take them back, but they will lose their qualification for the assessment forever. You are going too far. The elders present were unable to contain their anger. Didn't this mean that they could either accept the test of certain death or be rejected at the door forever? Wu Pangyun, Liu Guang, and Princess Yunyang's faces turned solemn and their hearts trembled. I'll give you one last chance to choose. Either you accept the assessment, or you'll be shut out for eternity. Shi Ruolan calmly asked. The 100 vassal clans were both shocked and furious. This type of examination was just too bloody and cruel. What was going on with this year's recruitment test? Why was it so strange? Everyone hesitated for a long time. Many of the elders handed the decision to the younger generation. Take a risk, or live an ordinary life. Decide for yourself. After weighing the options, many juniors chose the latter. This mission clearly had no chance of survival. Only a small half of them, including holy kings and half-holy kings, chose to give it a try. Pangyun, Liu Guang. Wu Pangyun, Liu Guang, and Princess Yunyang all looked solemn. They had no choice but to participate. Only Suyu remained calm. Shi Ruolan nodded, very well, now I will announce the rules and rewards to the 25 of you. The assessment this time is to annihilate pirate. Killing a half-step holy king would earn 1 point. Killing a half-king gets upper king 30 points for killing a peak expert. Lastly, the pirate leader is a second-level lower-tier Saint King. If you can kill him, you will get 50 points. You, Wang Yu pirates. King, Yun, Yang, Yu, Shi, He, Yun, Su, Yu, Dragon, is. Yu, I, Yu, 1, Yu, Shi. This is what I'm going to say next, your reward. Shi Ruolan said calmly, those who obtain a total of more than 100 points will receive the following rewards. First, a medium-grade marrow cleansing pill. Second, a day of personal guidance from an elder of the sect. Third, becoming an inner disciple. The expressions of the seniors who were leaving with their disciples changed drastically. What? Are the rewards that scary? A middle-grade marrow cleansing pill was equivalent to 100 low-grade marrow cleansing pills. Few of the 100 vassal races could afford such a pill. On the other hand, the personal guidance of a sect elder was enough for the 100 vassal races to fight for it, not to mention how many benefits they could obtain from the guidance. Just the slight relationship they could form with the sect elder was enough for the 100 vassal races to fight for it. The most shocking was the third reward. Directly become an inner disciple. Of the 100 vassal clans, out of 1,000 disciples, no more than 3 would be able to enter the inner sect every 5 years. There wasn't even a single inner disciple in this assessment. In the Lusian faction, the difference between the outer sanctum and the inner sanctum was that the outer sanctum disciples were responsible for all the chores of the faction, and everything they did was to serve the inner sanctum disciples. The resources they received were very little, and it was hard for them to make a name for themselves. Usually, cultivating to second-level Holy King was the limit. The inner sanctum gathered all the high-quality resources of the faction, and with the guidance and lessons of famous teachers, even a pig could achieve something. Generations of the 100 vassal clans had difficulty entering the inner sanctum. The Li family was ranked 30th, but throughout the generations of the Li family, only Li Guang had barely managed to enter the inner sanctum. Now, an assessment could directly determine one's status in the inner sanctum. If one could enter the inner sanctum, it would determine the fate of one's entire life, and the fate of one's family. Also, according to our information, after the Sea Wolves pirates plundered a city, they are currently looking for new targets. The possibility of them gathering together is not high, so how many points you can obtain within a month and whether you can enter the inner sanctum depends on your own ability. After a month, report to the External Affairs Division. Shi Ruolan stood up and was about to leave. You have a day to prepare. Tomorrow, someone from the faction will bring you to the place where the Sea Wolves pirates are. After she left, the crowd had a question. Even though the rewards were plentiful, if a disciple obtained 100 points, he could enter the inner sanctum. But what if the Sea Wolves pirates were not completely wiped out? Would they still be eliminated? If that was the case, they would never be able to avoid the frightening Holy King pirate. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Even if it was difficult, he had to try. In the second round of assessment, Su Yu had the highest points, receiving 5 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs and the right to enter the depository of scriptures. Adding the 6 elixirs he had obtained previously, he had a total of 11 low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. Half a day later, the envoy activated the protective barrier and brought the remaining 25 people into the Lusian faction, settling them in the outer sanctum. You are Su Yu. Follow me, I will bring you to the depository of scriptures. The envoy's gaze fell on Su Yu. Amidst the crowd's envy, Su Yu followed. The depository of scriptures was heavily guarded. After many rounds of inspection, Su Yu was finally able to enter. May I ask what level of techniques I can read? At the entrance, a slender lady in her 30s was immersed in an ancient book. Her willowy waist made her look like a delicate willow tree. Her slender figure looked frail. Amidst the cool breeze, she looked lovable. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, gently falling in front of her chest, but it could not hide her beautiful twin peaks. As she was lowering her head, her collar was slightly open, allowing Su Yu to catch a glimpse of it. It was plump and smooth, like a ripe peach, making one's blood boil. With a tinge of apology, Su Yu's eyes were clear as he averted his gaze. Hearing this, the lady looked up. Su Yu was shocked. The lady's figure was beautiful, but her face had suffered the pain of being disfigured. It was as if her face had suffered some kind of sinister power. Her beautiful face was ruined, charred black, hideous and frightening. If not for Su Yu's extraordinary willpower, he would have screamed in shock. Such a face was no different from a ghost. If it was at night, it would definitely scare someone to death. Was this another lady who had suffered from revenge? Su Yu felt sympathy. In his previous life, he had met many similar women who had suffered from sulfuric acid as revenge, their lives ruined. With a tinge of sympathy in his eyes, Su Yu nodded apologetically. Lady, sorry to bother you, but what kind of books can I read? If you have the ability, feel free to flip through them. The lady's temper was unusually bad. Seeing the sympathy in Suyu's eyes, she cut him off and berated him. Suyu curled his lips. He knew that a disfigured lady was temperamental, so he did not mind. Filled with doubt, the moment Suyu stepped in, he felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Creak! Suyu staggered, his legs turning to jelly, almost falling to the ground. With a grunt, he stopped himself with difficulty, his legs swaying as he tried to support himself. He was shocked. Was there some kind of gravitational spell in the depository of scriptures? Forcefully stabilizing himself, Suyu observed and realized that there was only one level to the depository of scriptures. Suyu stood at the outermost layer. A row of bookshelves extended from the entrance to the deepest part of the depository. The number of books decreased. Casually flipping through the cultivation techniques near the entrance, he found that they were all at least deity-level cultivation technique. Among them, there were many who possessed peerless power that was not inferior to the heart of icecraft. Looking around, there were thousands of deity-level cultivation techniques. As expected of the Luxian faction, its wealth was frightening. Suyu was no longer interested in deity-level cultivation techniques, moving deeper with difficulty. With every step he took, the pressure became heavier. Halfway there, Suyu grunted, almost vomiting blood. His organs were shaken, the pain unbearable. And he had only entered a quarter of the way. His endurance had reached its limit. Luckily, Suyu could faintly see the remnant volumes of a few unique techniques, all of them damaged to varying degrees. That was the Luxian faction, the rumored remnant volume of a legacy-level cultivation technique. Creak! Suyu moved his feet with difficulty, finally reaching the vicinity. Puff! But he could not hold it in any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His organs were shaken, he had suffered light injuries. At that moment, even moving a finger was difficult. His knees were trembling violently, about to collapse. He had to quickly take the cultivation technique and leave this place. Suddenly, Suyu saw the 1,000-thread mantra. Before Li Guang died, he had repeatedly reminded him to read the remnant volume of a legacy-level cultivation technique. But just as Suyu was about to grab it, a remnant volume beside the 1,000-thread mantra caught his eye, along with a brief introduction. Glazed Ice Flame, an ice-based legacy-level cultivation technique. The last level had been destroyed, leaving only the first and second levels. After cultivating this cultivation technique, one could condense the glazed ice energy. The glazed ice energy was extremely cold, unstoppable. Once cultivated, its power would be superior to normal legacy-level cultivation techniques, only below immortal-level cultivation techniques. But the difficulty of learning it was extremely high. Those with exceptional perception could achieve lower tier in 10 years, upper tier in 50 years, and top tier in 100 years. Even those with exceptional perception would need 5 years to achieve lower tier, 20 years to upper tier, and 50 years to top tier. Those who chose this technique should not bite off more than they could chew. Even though it was powerful, the difficulty of learning it was far greater than normal legacy-level cultivation techniques. Suyu's pupils dilated. Icy Heart Core was cultivated to its peak, but its power could not keep up with the enemies it faced. This legacy-level cultivation technique was ice-based, and it was extremely powerful, just right for him to cultivate. Chapter 108. Deity-level techniques may be read at will, but legacy-level techniques may only be read once at a time. Violators will be executed immediately. The ugly woman had never thought that Suyu would be able to find the legacy-level techniques, and now revealed her hidden requirements. Suyu was annoyed. When he had asked her before, she had told him that he could read to his heart's content. Only now did she tell him that legacy-level techniques were excluded. 1,000 Threads mantra could expand one's spirit energy when cultivated during the Holy King period. Glazed Ice Flame was extremely powerful and could increase one's combat power. Suyu pondered how to choose. Since you are about to break through to the Holy King realm, you should naturally choose 1,000 Threads mantra. Spirit energy is the foundation of a Holy King. A strong foundation can increase the power of any technique. Simply pursuing a powerful technique is neglecting the essentials. The ugly woman paused for a moment before coldly shouting. Suyu thought for a moment before grabbing Glazed Ice Flame. What the ugly woman said was reasonable. Spirit energy was the foundation, and improving the foundation could increase one's overall strength. But everything had its priorities. Thousand Threads mantra was only useful for Holy King level spirit energy. Su Yu's current realm was not urgent. But he was about to go out to sea and fight the Holy King pirates. His life and death were uncertain. Every bit of strength he had to improve was an urgent matter. Hence, he chose glazed ice flame. Where did this disciple come from? I've already made it clear to you that the foundation is the key, but you are biting off more than you can chew. Rotten wood cannot be carved. The ugly woman reprimanded. Su Yu was furious. His self-control was not bad, but he had been provoked by this woman 3 times. Even a clay figurine would have a fire under him. He replied unhappily, "None of your business." Without looking back, Su Yu turned and left. The ugly woman glared at Su Yu's receding figure and pointed at the envoy. "What is his name? Outer sanctum or inner sanctum?" The envoy was already drenched in cold sweat. Hearing this, his legs turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground, carefully answering, "Second elder, he is Su Yu, first place in this recruitment assessment." Su Yu. Me. The ugly woman was one of the 10 great elders of the Luxian faction. She was also the second elder, who ranked near the top. Su Yu did not know. He returned to the temporarily arranged room and swallowed a low-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. One elixir allowed him to break through from level 9 upper tier to level 9 peak. How powerful would 11 pills be? Would he be able to break through to become a Saint King in one go? With anticipation in his heart, Su Yu swallowed it on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Su Yu opened his eyes helplessly. He was slightly disappointed. He pointed his finger, and a tiny bit of spirit energy surrounded his fingertip. I was too naive. If it were so easy to break through to the Holy King level, Li Konghui would not have remained a half-Holy King after so many years. Su Yu laughed at himself. However, in the end, it was a whole 11 low-grade marrow-cleansing pills. The effect was shocking. Su Yu had finally stepped into the realm of half-Holy King. Not only could he materialize his vital energy, but he could also condense a tiny bit of spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy was weak, when infused into a martial art, it could increase its might by 30%. If he encounters Wu Pangyun again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for him to get a draw. Su Yu was full of confidence. As for the glazed ice flame, Su Yu had been studying it for half a day. With the time acceleration of 200 times, it was equivalent to 3 whole months. However, what made Su Yu dumbfounded was that he had only managed to comprehend a tiny bit of it. Back when he was comprehending the Purple Star Thunderbolt, it was not as exaggerated as this. The difficulty of comprehending the glazed ice flame was indeed beyond imagination. It was simply not a cultivation technique for humans. He just did not know if its power was as described, superior to normal legacy-level techniques. Looking at the time, Su Yu got up and went to the entrance of the External Affairs Division. The 25 people were almost all present. Only Su Yu was left. "You came so late. I thought you had enough of the limelight and fled in fear." Liu Guang mocked, but his eyes were constantly sizing up Su Yu. Wu Pangyun and many other half-holy kings had the same look in their eyes. They were all jealous and guessing what kind of legacy-level technique Su Yu had obtained in the depository of scriptures. Su Yu looked at Liu Guang indifferently. "If you feel that not being able to fight with me yesterday is a regret, I can grant you your wish now." Creak, the exquisite lotus quietly rotated in Su Yu's palm. The destructive power made one's skin crawl. Liu Guang's face stiffened and he swallowed hard. How could he match up to a move that even Wu Pangyun was at a disadvantage? This is the faction. Private fights are prohibited. You better not be so arrogant." Liu Guang's words were tough, but he had already admitted defeat in his heart. The crowd secretly shook their heads. Why did he have to admit defeat so quickly? "Stop." A middle-aged man with an unfathomable cultivation level grunted. Poof, the purple lotus in Su Yu's palm disappeared into thin air. Glancing at Su Yu, the middle-aged man expressionlessly took out 25 jade pendants. "One for each person. Carry them with you at all times." The faction can track your whereabouts and provide emergency assistance. Wu Pangyun happily grabbed one. Thank you, Clan Master Qin. Oh, is this person the Clan Master of the External Affairs Division? Su Yu thought for a moment and grabbed a jade pendant. A moment later, a giant blue bird flew over. It was the giant beast that had gone to Shenyu Island to pick up Xia Jingyu and Xiana. This bird could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Its speed was extremely fast. After flying for half a day, it crossed into the depths of the sea. Occasionally, small islands dotted the surroundings. It was desolate and uninhabited. Within 1,000 miles, there was no trace of anyone. This 1,000-mile radius is where the sea wolves pirates often appear. Next, it will depend on your own strength and luck. In a month, I will come here to pick you up, if you are still alive. After leaving them on a small island, Clan Master Qin left on the giant bird. The group looked at each other in dismay, without a clue. Wu Pangyun glanced at Liu Guang and Princess Yunyang. How about the two of you follow me? Liu Guang and Princess Yunyang were shocked. They nodded without hesitation. All right. With Wu Pangyun's strength, it would be much less dangerous to team up with him. Princess Yunyang blinked her bright eyes, looked at Su Yu, and said gently, Junior Su Yu, why don't you come with us? Su Yu glanced sideways. Putting Liu Guang aside, Wu Pangyun was cruel and merciless. He would not feel at ease working with him. Just as he was about to shake his head and refuse, Wu Pangyun coldly snorted. Him. Although he is strong, he is not at the Holy King level and cannot sustain a long battle. If he joins us, he will sooner or later be a burden. Between him and me, Princess Yunyang, you can only choose one. Princess Yunyang was slightly startled and laughed at herself. The two of them were like fire and water, how could they work together? Princess Yunyang's bright eyes flickered as she pondered. In terms of strength, Su Yu was not weaker than Wu Pangyun. Moreover, compared to the sinister Wu Pangyun, Princess Yunyang had a better impression of Su Yu. However, after weighing the pros and cons, she still chose Wu Pangyun. There was only one reason. Wu Pangyun came from the third-ranked family of the 100 vassal clans. They had met before and knew each other well. Su Yu was too mysterious and could not be rashly cooperated with. Junior Su Yu, be careful. Princess Yunyang bowed apologetically. Wu Pangyun was proud. A just cause enjoys much support, an unjust cause finds little support. Su Yu, take care. Su Yu shrugged indifferently. You guys take care as well. After saying that, Su Yu took the lead and left. He was actually acting alone. Liu Guang coldly snorted. Overestimating himself, he will suffer sooner or later. A few days later, somewhere in the sea, Su Yu tried to turn his vital energy into wings. A pair of wings flapped and he flew into the sky. Hidden among the clouds, Su Yu looked down from a high vantage point. He could see everything within 100 miles. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in Su Yu's field of vision. With a thought, he floated above the black dot along with the clouds. Using his pupils to look, his expression turned serious. The small black dot was a giant ship with a picture of a sea wolf on it. It was the Sea Wolves pirates. Looking closely, there were as many as 10 half-holy kings. There was even a first-level lower-tier holy king. Su Yu was slightly serious. It would be fine if this first-level lower-tier holy king had not cultivated a legacy-level cultivation technique. If he did, it would be extremely difficult to deal with him. Coupled with the 10 half-holy kings, it would be very troublesome. What comforted Su Yu was that the people on the ship were not overly vigilant and seemed to be fishing for something underwater. Su Yu was high up in the sky. Looking down, his pupils suddenly shrank. The 10-mile stretch of water where the big ship was actually a 10-mile-wide palm print. Buried under the azure seawater, it was incomparably dark, like an unfathomable abyss that was slowly engulfing the pirate ship. Another 10-mile huge palm print. Su Yu's breathing quickened. There was one on Shenyu Island, and there was one here as well. Just at this moment, excited cheers came from below. We've come up. We've salvaged it. The pirates shouted excitedly, as if they had discovered a shocking treasure. Whoosh, the strong holy kings in the cabin flew out, their faces filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes. The legendary treasure of the divine ice ancient kingdom has finally been found by us, the sea wolves pirate. Divine ice ancient kingdom? Suyu pondered. Could it be that this palm print had once destroyed a prosperous area? Thump, a huge copper coffin, covered in age and covered in rust, was carried onto the ship by 4 half-holy kings. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Because of the vibration, the lid of the copper coffin opened slightly, and a terrifying layer of cold energy poured out. Creak, the 4 half-holy kings carrying the coffin were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Their breaths were instantly extinguished. Suyu's pupils shrank. A wisp of cold energy had killed 4 half-holy kings. Crack, the aftermath of the cold energy spread in all directions. The huge bow of the ship, with the copper coffin as the center, was instantly frozen into ice. Ah, the strong holy king screamed as he was hit by the aftermath of the cold energy. Starting from his arm, the extreme cold spread throughout his body. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood turned into ice crystals. Even the holy king was about to die from the cold energy. Ha! The holy king clenched his teeth and cut off the ice arm with a single slash. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Everyone, retreat. Do not come within 100 feet of it. The holy king's face was filled with pain and fear. In the distance, the half-holy king who had survived the calamity was pale as he swallowed hard. Lord Bai Jiyu, what was buried with the coffin? How could it be so terrifying? The half-holy king was terrified as he stared at the copper coffin. The holy king pirate named Bai Jiyu said in a serious tone, buried within the copper coffin is the divine artifact of the divine ice ancient kingdom, the divine ice thread. It is a thread that contains the power of extreme cold. It once destroyed an entire country in one night. Tens of thousands of strong holy kings have died in its hand. It is even rumored that it has killed strong dragon realm fighters. Bai Gu's eyes were burning with passion, but his expression was grave. Everyone, step back, do not touch it. Immediately bring it back to the island and hand it over to the leader to deal with. This time, we have done a great service. Bai Jiyu said excitedly. However, just as the pirates broke through the ice and prepared to open the ship, rumble, a purple shadow descended from the sky and landed on top of the cold ice copper coffin. The cold energy that could kill even holy kings was unable to harm him in the slightest. His silver hair and purple robe fluttered as he stood on top of the divine ice ancient kingdom's copper coffin. The cold energy surrounded his body, as if the king of the divine ice ancient kingdom had suddenly descended through time and space. The divine artifact of the ancient kingdom, since you do not dare to touch it, it would be impolite of me to refuse. At the same time, I will also borrow your lives. Suyu's cold voice was emotionless and cold, like the king of the divine ice ancient kingdom.